think I think we are back. Yes, we are live once again in PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle Chapter 2. So we had day number 1 yesterday. We are now in day number 2. So more or less it's still the start of the tournament, but already a little less pressure and more like readjusting of strategies. So this is gonna be a very interesting 6 maps for tonight. And of course, we are still your casters. My name is Annie, and Mike is with me. Mike, good evening. What's up?
Good evening, Annie, and thank you so much for that. And since it's gonna be day number two, it's gonna be very interesting. We're still gonna be witnessing the same maps, the same rounds. So, what's changing is that these teams, since they are gonna be given 3 more days, it's their second chance to at least wreak some havoc and really deal a lot of damage. They don't really have to be play. They don't have to play it safe really for now because since they're gonna be trying their best to garner a lot of those points in order to move to day number three. That is gonna be allowing them to even focus more on their play stats. But of course, and yeah, these teams are gonna be landing just the same as before.
Absolutely. And so, Rondo is quite a big map, so there's a lot of drop-off areas. And well, I think we're gonna be going straight to the game just like that. And there's only one flight path for this Rondo for tonight, and that will be going from far north all the way to the southwestern part of the map. So, lots of the cities within the other corners, such as the northwestern corner, southeastern corners, probably not gonna be accessible through the flight path. And if ever teams want to go to those areas, they're gonna be needing some cars. And I know Jeddah City is quite a hot drop-off point, but I don't think it's gonna be like a good idea to go drop there, to attempt to drop there. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna be seeing our initial drop offs. That plane rather is about to go to the end of the flight path. Everyone's kind of taking their own corners all around the map, and I'm not seeing much yet on the kill feed. So probably not much early game engagements yet, but that circle will go towards the northwestern part, still nearby the flight path. Not a lot of people are too far, and it looks like Weibo Gaming already finds a knock against DRS, but VP Virtus Pro is also finding their own early game engagements. Vampire Esports not doing too well.
Yep. Virtus Pro already on the move. On the other hand, Alliance is investing in some early fight against Ryu right here. But for the other teams, we've seen them very, very familiar during day number one. They're going to be chilling out for now. It's still quite early, but right here, Alliance is really invested in this one. They have to finish RQ in order to move and to be able to loot a lot. But right here, they're just going to be trying to fight it back. But while that was happening, Weibo Gaming would be also invested into another fight right here. Goes in for the guns, and he does manages to knock him down and still alive.
Too early, Weibo Gaming got eliminated off, but I think we might be seeing another squad wipeout here. Vampire Esports, no, that is just one more player, and Vampire Esports left. Red Bull did get eliminated off, and it looks like Yui is actually going to a recall tower right now. So Vampire Esports could live to see another day. Can't say the same thing with Weibo Gaming. I guess they didn't have one player that's kind of just on standby for the recall. They didn't have time to do that. They were still in the looting phase when they got wiped out. And it looks like after that initial bloodbath, I don't really quite see any more other potential squad wipeouts. But over here, we're seeing Loop and Inner Circle going up against each other. But there is DRX nearby as well. DRS going up against Virtus Pro still. They're just trading off players, but we can trust that these players can still get some more recalls. Loops on the roof is gonna be targeted by Inner Circle, but it's not gonna be enough to knock him down. Still, Virtus Pro going up against DRS, and we're out there in the map. And we can see actually on the leaderboards, AES Vampire Esports still going for that recall tower. And otherwise, it's just a D plus Kia that kind of missed the game once again for day number two, I presume. And Inner Circle still going up against Loops, and there's also DRX nearby. So they already have three eliminations, which is a great start, but they have to hold on and make sure they don't get wiped out. They're down. Actually, they're not down to two players. They're still a full squad, so there's probably a recall tower nearby. Not too much to worry about. But I'm just wondering why DRX isn't joining this engagement, so we can kind of just still continue watching and see what the development is in this three-way engagement between these three teams.
Yep, DRS still putting up a fight. Manages to knock one member from Chanba. And actually, Virtus Pro would be joining into the fight, cleaning its slate. And I think they have finalized it. Oh, actually, they're still waiting for more. But yeah, currently they're just gonna be trying their best since Virtus Pro is really on the move right here, and they're just gonna be trying to do their best in gaining a lot of those wins. But I think we do have some technical difficulties.
Yeah, I guess we do. So, um, I mean, it's a good start already to the day number one. I mean, like technically, probably like in the technical way, probably not. But okay, I was gonna like give my like my 2 cents on the game so far, but it looks like we might be going back. But still, I was really gonna say that so we're gonna be watching out for the likes of Vampire Esports and ThunderTalk Gaming and even Influence a Rage. But it looks like DRX will be losing one player. Not to worry, this is once again still a rondo. It's a warm up, it's a bloodbath. We still have recall towers. DRX jumping down into the ground. So Inner Circles manages to get away with just like 10 HP. Okay, gonna be sidestepping in this bus. They're just going in circles, but finally Inner Circles gets their elimination, or rather gets eliminated. But I think they still have one player on standby going for that recall tower, and so not to worry too much. And there's several teams probably going for those recalls now because the rest of their teams got wiped out. But it's a good thing they do have an anchor on their squad, so they don't have to worry about getting completely eliminated off. But Virtus Pro, DRS still going up against each other, going on the hunt. One versus one. Wow, DRS just got wiped out just like that by Virtus Pro after 6 minutes of going cat and mouse with each other.
And yep, right here, I think they're just gonna be trying to look for more, especially that loops are. I think they're just gonna be playing dodgeball for this one and just timing their grenades right here. And oh, DRX lands one, goes in to finish the kill, and eventually confirm that one. On the other hand, another member from Loops will be also be targeted by the grenade, but he will be safe for now.
Yes. I guess in the rooftop over here, we're kind of just watching these two players from Loops and DRX, and they're quite far from each other. And DRX is still looting that crate over there, and it looks like BG and A7 have a bunch of trades with each other, so we're gonna be keeping our watch on that. But I think we might be going back to the caster desk, so I managed to fix my hair before that. Thank you very much. But yeah, my predictions with that, I was gonna say, Vampire Esports and Thunder Talk, yeah, they are at the top of the game. But I did see Alliance already going to number two, so I don't know what happened over there. I think they got a bunch of points while we weren't looking. But yeah, we'll be looking at those leaderboards really, really soon. And okay, let me just take a look what happened here. So I suppose Alliance and Thunder Talk actually had like such a little gap between them. So Alliance already has three eliminations from this map. So that kind of overtook a Thunder Talk Gaming. So it's a good start for Alliance, but still, it's still just around a 1 point a gap in difference. Thundertalk can definitely catch up, like just knowing how good they played this tournament so far. So not to worry too much about that gap, especially for the top three. But over here, number three and number four, Thundertalk and DRX might be a little bit worrying because that's around more than a 10-point gap. So if rank number four onwards wants to overtake and have a chance at the top three, they have to work extra hard.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just looking at the map right now, Virtus Pro, since they have gotten 7 eliminations, that is insane. And that's really an interesting feat in just less than 10 minutes. But right here, Diana actually from Virtus Pro manages to get one down. And while that was happening, it does look like Vampire Esports will be nearing its end of the run for now, since they only have one member remaining, and I think they're being hunted down. On the other hand, Alliance will be looking for spots to secure, and A7 Alpha 7 would be also be into a fight against Virtus Pro, trying to go in with a gun in hand and still manages to put one down. But he will have to be very fast because he still has to help his teammates.
And we're gonna be watching out for those any other potential engagements. But over here, Alpha Gaming is just kind of trying to bounce back. But here, Influence Rage, I think they found another team nearby, and they're gonna be going for the attempts to go for those eliminations. And Diego is all alone. I don't know where the rest of INF is. It looks like Federal is right behind this guy. But one knockdown on the opposing team, and I think they're gonna be attempting a little bit more sprays in. That's actually AD going up against Influence Rage, but I don't think it's going up against. It looks like a one-sided thing. Diego's not getting shot at, so I'm not sure what's going on with the AD. Maybe they're preoccupied with another team. But grenade coming in. Not gonna be hitting anyone. Actually, I'm not sure if it hit anyone. There's a blue zone. Guizao is getting shot at. Needs to heal up and probably needs to get moving because that stage 2 circle is gonna put a lot of pressure on them, especially if this guy gets knocked out. They're gonna be losing a lot of health, but 1 versus 1. GG Bond
Oh,
falls. There's another one coming up from
he's out.
Janpa, and they
Oh, he falls
still
down.
so, well, that was a 2 versus 1, and there's another person from Chanma's gonna be coming in, and I think it'll be the end for that person from Alpha Gaming. So Chanpa, well, they get the last laugh, but still, that blue zone's gonna put a lot of pressure. They need to keep moving.
And yes, actually, he still manages to win that 1v2 scenario, but just being ended by that grenade. It's kind of expected, especially when you're in a close area, and it's still an interesting feat to be able to get two down before falling down as well. But right here, currently no heavy casualties are happening since 15 teams are currently alive. They're up and running. Just I think around half of the teams are heavily injured. No, no, actually, most of them are still pretty much alive. But right here, INF, they did get one from DRX, and I think they're just gonna be fighting this one out. They have to secure this one because they cannot move away from this one unless they take out DRX. And DRX is a pretty good foe. Just looking at the rankings, 4, 4 or 5, they're very, very near to each other. But yeah,
And it's important to note that Influence Rage is actually the chicken dinner winners in yesterday's Aronto map. So, I mean, they had like a lot of aggression towards the first start of the game, but I'm not really seeing any eliminations to go with
Diego.
that. And Diego will fall. So, there's actually two members from Infinite Rage. I'm not sure where the others are, but it's a good thing that there's two on standby just as that happened. But no worries, there's still a recall tower to go about if there is one nearby. Still, Influence Rage. I saw them going aggressive, taking all these fights, but they're still not getting the eliminations that they need. It's always close, but never enough. So, with that, they should probably finish what they started. But over here, we're also seeing Tampa versus Alpha 7 still up against each other within the blue zone. Not to worry, it's still stage 3, but it's eating at their health a little faster than you'd like. And it looks like we have the revive in. Ooh, Virtuous Pro going up against ThunderTalk. And ThunderTalk, they lose one player. Not to worry once again. Because it's still early on into the game. There's still recall towers. Grenade coming in. Chanpa gonna be going for perhaps they're gonna be falling back at this point. They need to revive two of their players, but QZZ is gonna be staying behind, getting some sprays on some Alpha 7 players. There's some damage coming in, but it's gonna be going back to you. Gonna be eliminated off, and A7 gets a QZZ, and I think there's no chance whatsoever for Chanpa to bounce back with that. That is the third team to be eliminated off.
Hmm. And we are now down to the last 14 teams. And just looking at it, I do think we're gonna be seeing more action. RQ already starting one, and I think they're just gonna be putting the nail in the coffin to Thundertalk Gaming as they are left with the last member remaining, still trying to fight this one. But it's gonna be hard since he's even inside the danger zone, trying to heal himself up, just an inch away from that boulder, and he will be spotted. He will fall down. But I do think right here, I do think the rival, I forgot the team, but I do think the rival RQ would be, taking their time to wait him out, since they already know that it's the Thunder Talk Gaming and they want to eliminate them. They like those odds.
Yeah, and we're gonna be watching out for any other plays. King will be losing to the play zone. Thunder Talk, I suppose they still have AJ and Sitting. So Sitting definitely needs their driver's license revoked. But Leviso, they find Burmese schools. Gonna be putting some damage in. DRX finds a Fallock from Inner Circle, and Inner Circle, they're still up and alive, but they're down to one last active player. So we're gonna be watching out for any sort of recalls that might happen soon. Looks like Falak might be yep, there's still a chance that Falak will get revived, so that's exactly what happened. Apparently not. I didn't quite see the kill feed entry, but yes, King from Thundertalk does lose their life to the play zone. It looks like RQ finds Thundertalk as well. ASTRUM DEUS, ALTAYR. There's Influence Rage nearby, still going up against each other. There's a bunch of grenades cooking. They're just trading it off. And all throws one, and Kings takes a bit of damage. Retaliates with a couple of other grenades of their own. But otherwise, it looks like there's one player down from the side of ASTRUM DEUS. Inner Circle still up, down by two, like one last player, and VP is gonna be swooping in and try to finish the job between the two teams, between ASTRUM DEUS and Influence Rage. And so VP right now they're doing quite well. They already have 9 eliminations in this game. So all of a sudden, these guys are doing an absolutely great job, and I think we're gonna be watching out for these guys.
Thunder Talk Gaming to be the team eliminated next, and I think we are setting the pace right here. Quite a long one, quite a long run for Rondo compared to yesterday. But right here we do see a Team Flash getting a move on, and I think they just eliminated one so far. And on the other hand, Virtus Pro, who is just gonna be looking forward to this fight against INF, and that's going to be another team. I think that's ASTRUM DEUS. But on the other hand, Loops are already suffering getting a lot of those casualties and still putting up a fight against Alpha 7. And Loops has been through previously with another team. So them making it out right here, especially with grenades, that's going to put a mark on their heads later on. But Alpha 7 will be eliminated. Loops gets to live another day. And right here, on the other hand, Virtus Pro getting gunned down while trying to hunt one. And I think he will not try to fight, and he will try to move back.
Absolutely. And well, we were watching Virtus Pro with the 9 eliminations already, still trying to hunt down DRX, and somehow DRX great survivability and a great number of eliminations as well. So we're actually going to be looking at two monsters going up against each other. That's a VP and DRX if ever this engagement happens. Well, also, I did see Alpha 7. Yes, they had double digits on the eliminations as well. It's just a shame that they got wiped out a little bit too early. And this one, I want to see what Influence Rage is up to because it looks like Federal just fell, just got knocked off with a grenade. And they had a lot of engagements, but somehow still at zero eliminations. So I'm a little bit worried with that. Ashram D is going to be swooping in, trying to get some eliminations for themselves. There's some Molotov burning into this area. But yeah, just one versus one. Ashram D is going to be falling. The hands of Influence Rage. Will this be the first elimination? It looks like they did get one elimination, but one, two, three. There are three knockdowns and a couple of eliminations up against INF, and it's all up to this last person from INF going up there. But I think they're losing a couple of players as well. And in fact, they got wiped out. But here, we're still watching Virtus Pro going up against DRX, and I love the position that Maldir is holding on to right at the roof of this field, this court, and they're hunting down DRX from this vantage point. It's absolutely beautiful. And the Xavier here, speaking of location, absolutely love it as well. So if you have a really good scope and you have a really good position, might be good. But right now, Leviso only has a 3 times, so they're gonna have to work with this one. But still, it's decent, and they're gonna be trying. But with one eliminations, they definitely need to find a better scope.
Yep, definitely. And so right here, the Xavier, since they have performed quite well yesterday. Right here, they have a lot of catch up. So they will really try this time around, since they got chicken dinners, 2 chicken dinners actually yesterday. Now they're just gonna try to ram it and get a lot of those points. But while it was happening, Team Flash are also suffering some consequences right here. RRQ doing the same thing, the Xavier putting just nailing them down and eventually getting those points, just waiting for those confirmation points. Yeah, while on the other hand, Alliance are already setting up their area before they move and get a lot of, probably a lot of positioning. But while it was happening, RQ would be eliminated. Now we're down to the last 10 teams. Molotov from Alhamdulillah will eventually find one, the grenade to follow it up, just to make it sure. But I think that will not be happening.
Yep, and it looks like they'll be retaliating with a grenade of their own, but it'll be up against another player from Alliance. They're getting surrounded. That's for me schools, I believe, getting surrounded, but Alhamdulillah is getting shot at as well. Gets a knockdown on their side, so not to worry too much. And okay, that was not Burmese goals. That was actually Team Flash. Sorry, I did quite see the logo. They look the same. But then, yeah, it looks like Team Flash will be flashing away a little bit too early. And I'm kind of hoping that Team Flash will do better in the next maps, because these guys are a decent team. And unfortunately, Virtus Pro will be eliminated off while we weren't watching. They had a really good run. They had 13 eliminations, but unfortunately, they get a 0 placement points, which is a shame. I guess they didn't weigh into the aggression versus the survivability. So they'll be picked off really early on, and I guess for the rest of the teams, DRX is still up in the running, finally getting 12 eliminations on themselves. So these are the monsters for this rondo map. We have DRX with 12 eliminations, VP with 13, E7 with 10 eliminations, and everyone else is still alive. I think we're gonna be watching out for Alliance with 7 eliminations and Loops with 6. Otherwise, hopefully Vampire Esports will bounce back really, really soon, and the other teams will get the eliminations that they need, because this is Rondo. This is the map that you want to take advantage of as much as possible. DRX is getting shot at by Alliance, by the way, so that's a lot of damage done, but it's not going to be enough for a knockdown yet. So Alhamdulillah definitely has to work a little bit harder, and it looks like someone from INF just got shot at. We're looking at Vampire Esports right now through the staircase, and it's just unfortunate that Vampire Esports was holding a grenade instead of a gun, and that costed them their whole place in Rondo, and with that, they will be getting off the game with 4 eliminations and a couple of placement points.
Yep, Inner Circle will be eliminated. Now we're down to the last 5 teams. Alliance making it out to the top 5, and they are really looking good. All of them are alive. They are on fire, and they're still taking down members from Loops. And I think it's gonna be their rival since they have the same colors right here. But on the other hand, Burmese Goals are also trying to join in the fight against the Xavier, while exposed as well to different angles, different directions from other teams. But while on the other hand, the circle will keep getting shrinker later on. Loops are left, with their last member, still trying to put up a fight. Gets one down from the Xavier, and since he's just gonna be the Lone Ranger from here on out, he will look for a way to at least make a difference and make an impact into getting this chicken dinner, or at least disrupting the top performing teams. Maybe it could be Alliance.
Absolutely, it could be Alliance, and actually, yeah, that's probably the best guess that we have because they're still a full man squad. Everyone else is, well, they're about to get picked off. Loops is going to be first. In fact, DRX down to the last player, DX and the Xavier. There's 2 players that need a lot of healing to go about, and Burmese Schools still down to a duo. So what can happen here is that the 3 teams that's not Alliance, they're gonna be ganging up on Alliance, going for that divide and conquer, then eventually drag Alliance down to their level. But that's only if they can identify Alliance. And right now, that circle's gonna be closing into no one's favor. It's just gonna be all for one from Alliance, and everyone else is kind of playing it safe and staying within the confines of the rather nearby of the blue zone, near the edge of the blue zone, just so they don't have to watch their back a little bit too much. And it looks like Deke Xavier might be rotating into a better spot. I like their positioning right now. They're 3 and they're spread out like quite widely towards the play zone, and that has their advantages and disadvantages. But still, the fact is we're still waiting for things to happen. Everyone's kind of just playing it safe, especially since there's a lot of points like on the table right now, especially since we're going for the last 4 teams. But right now, Burmese Schools, I think they're spotting a little bit of movement from Deke Xavier. So we're going to be keeping watch and seeing who will pull the trigger first.
Yep. And a quick recap once again: 4 teams remain. Burmese Goals trying to get that down, spots body, and just goes in for the shots. But he also risks his presence right here being spotted on the map. Now all eyes are on him, and it's just gonna be 3 teams at his front, and just 2 members as well. So it's gonna be very very hard. Very small chance to pull this one off. Alliance, they just need to hold their ground, and they were able to take one down from DRX, leaving with the last member before being eliminated, and that's just gonna be it. Now down to the last 3 teams. The Xavier and Burmese Goals are just gonna be. I think they are gonna be waiting for this one out because Burmese Goals are onto the fight right here. They are locked in. They are so locked into the Xavier, while also Alliance are cleaning them one by one, piece by piece, and that's just gonna leave them with the last member from Burmese Goals.
It looks like Alliance is still standing strong. The Xavier not really getting a pick on them. Although 6042 is knocked down. I don't know if they can give this revive it. It doesn't seem to be the case. And Godspeed over here trying to see if they can get rather drag anyone down before this guy is gonna like see the lobby. But it looks like Godspeed did get spotted. Takes a little bit of damage, and that blue zone is gonna be taking up their position really soon. So this guy's probably gonna have to move on. But Alliance, they're taking advantage of their numbers, taking a lot of the space within the next play zone, and that's a staging circle we're talking about. So that's a lot of damage if you ever touch the blue zone. Smoke's coming up. Alliance 4-1 is gonna be right behind this. There's a lot of grenades coming in, but they're playing safe with their resources, especially still. They're quite far off from each other, so We're still gonna be waiting it out. Godspeed has to move a little bit further because that blue zone's inching closer and closer. But
Oh, he
they got
goes down.
spotted by 6042, who got revived just a couple of seconds ago. And it looks like this is gonna be Alliance versus the Xavier now.
Yep, and it's a 4v3, so the chances are still quite in favor. But right here, Alliance are on fire. They're storming them in, and it leaves with the last member from the Xavier, and the grenades keep falling in. Actually, two members, and the Xavier just trying their best to make this one out alive, since they are being spotted as well. The Molotovs coming in, trying to burn them down, but they are also, Alliance is quite spread out. So this is gonna be at risk. But he spots the body, goes in for the shots. It will not, finalize the kill for now, but it does make a difference right here. The impact is getting closer and closer to the window, and the chicken dinner
Ooh.
trust gunning them down, and a few of more of those bullets before he was able to take him down, and just waiting for a revive. On the other hand, the other member from Alliance is also low on health, so he cannot risk getting near towards them. And I think this is gonna be closer to their victory, and they're just storming him in through different direction, and the shotgun comes in. The bullets come raging in, ending the game number 1 to Alliance.
Oh, I love that. Alliance did not mess up that final battle. They knew they had the numbers advantage, and they did not give it to the Xavier, despite the fact that the Xavier still had three players still standing towards the top four teams. So I mean, the Xavier had the chance, but Alliance definitely did not give them any sort of weakness to exploit. So that was an absolute beautiful first map for this day number two. You can tell that some of the teams are kind of like learning from their day one mistakes. You can see that there's some teams that went on the aggressive quite a lot. So after this, after the day number one testing the waters, they're definitely like trying on more aggressive approaches, trying to get as much points as possible. And you can see from several teams, Alpha 7, Virtus Pro, even Alliance, they're getting a lot of points in. But somehow some teams are playing it safe as well. Like Vampire Esports, I kind of expected them to go on the double digits for the eliminations, but surprisingly it didn't happen. But then yeah, we're gonna be seeing the stats of the games really really soon. But yeah, that was a really good first game. That was our first Rondo game. After that, it's gonna be once again the three Orangles and the two Miramars. So no recall towers, and we're gonna be expecting quite less elimination points for the next map. So they took advantage of Rondo well. I'm really proud of the teams. But after that, after the stats, after the post game, we will be going on to Erangel.
Mhm. Yep, and before we move on to our angle, does it does really give us information on the game number one. Since it's sort of like a warm up game, since it's just begun. Day number two is just begun, and I think that's what I can say for the side of Vampire Esports. They weren't really able to um focus and lock in the first few moments. That's why they were taken out quite early, and it just gave Alliance a very huge boost right here. And in just that one game, 14 eliminations, by the way, and a chicken dinner, so that's like a total of 24. And it just gives them that push, chase Vampire Esports down. So Vampire Esports, they have to stand their ground. They have to play it a mix of both, a mix of playing safe, and a mix of aggression, because you never know. The other teams are already catching up to you, and I think that's what a Vampire Esports need to look for. But here though, head to head with Virtus Pro, and from Alliance is gonna be Cole and Alino. So also in the match summary for this one, we have 94 eliminations. So compared to day number one, which was 100, it's we're simmering it down, which I can really say for most of the teams that are experiencing just a little bit of that warm up. But here are our top three for this match.
Yeah, they all have six eliminations. Just the difference of the damage and I think also the survival time because VP's Linov Linoka is number three, but with more damage somehow. Maybe it's because of the recalls. I'm not sure. But yeah, these are the rankings. Yes, Alliance did get 24 points. CRX with 16. Virtus Pro with 13. The Xavier and Burby Schools each at 11. Alpha 7 and Loops with 10. Very proud of these teams for like getting so many points. Although there were less eliminations as from yesterday as compared to yesterday. And of course our overall MVP is still gonna be Lazarus from Vampire Esports. This guy has 18 eliminations, and I believe yesterday it ended with 16. So slowly but surely getting that consistency in. But yes, the overall rankings, Alliance manages to overtake Vampire Esports. No surprises there, and they're at 78 total points. Vampire Esports with 73, and a huge drop to DRX at 58. I don't know what happened over there, but we have two giants right now. It's Alliance and Vampire Esports as well. So I love this development coming in since day number one. So I think we're gonna be watching out for Vampire Esports and Alliance from now on. But of course, there's still a lot of other teams to look out for. All of a sudden, they could pop off in any one good map or two good maps. We might be seeing another giant coming in. But yes, before we do go to our map number two, our first Erangel, we will be going on to a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you in a few minutes. looks like we are back to PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle Chapter 2, and we just saw the first map, and that was Rondo. And, well, no more Rondo for today. It's just gonna be one. We're gonna be going on to our classic maps. That will be Erangel and Miramar. So that's three Erangels and two Miramars after that. So, and that will be a Rondo. Of course, we did see that a while ago. And okay, if you saw that in a blink of an eye, that was actually three Orangles and two Miramars as well. So that's six matches, and that's three chances for the Orangles, especially for the teams that do really, really well on Orangles. And of course, and Miramars as well to end the day. And these are our playing teams. We already saw these guys, but this is the full roster, the full lineup of the teams they'll be participating. And unfortunately, we haven't seen DPLUS Kia in day number one and day number two. Hopefully, we see them maybe later on, or maybe there's a clash in the schedule, so I'm not sure what's happening over here. But it could have been nice to see D plus Kia because they're also a pretty decent team that we've seen a lot in the season of PUBG Mobile season. So yeah, I think Rondo's already done, and this is the point system and the prize pool as well, Mike.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Fifth place will be given $80. To be followed by fourth place with 120, 150 for the third, 250 for the second, and 400 for the first, racking up a total of 1,000. And the point system, it's always been the same, and it will always be like that. Just 10 points for the chicken dinner and a point for each elimination. So both of these are factors into winning. And for Erangel, the drop zone prediction, which will be shown for like three times for today. So these are the predictions, still quite spread out, but I think no one will be attending the Sosnovka military base.
Absolutely, and it's pretty spread out. But we did see what the drop zone looked like in the Wrangles yesterday. It's definitely not gonna be like set in stone as what the drop zone prediction is gonna be. Um, but yeah, we did see some Sosnovka military base drops. I think it would possibly be the case, just depending on the flight path that we'll be seeing. But yeah, I think like more or less everyone's kind of just taking any drop off zone that's convenient for their team in regards to what the flight path looks like. But it looks like we will be starting off that flight path is gonna go, I believe, from the southeast going maybe northwest. Yep, that's exactly what's gonna be happening. It's gonna start off in the middle of the military base, going up to Zarki. So Georgia Polo, very, very accessible. And there's also Gatka, the hospital, maybe Ferry Pier as well. And obviously the military base is accessible. But Pochinki might be a little bit far, still accessible, but it's gonna take a while to kind of drop off to that area. And definitely anything on the east might not be like a good idea to kind of waste time on unless the circle is going to be going to that part. So with that, we're going to be seeing the initial drop off points of these teams.
And right here, it is kind of unfair that the map will be split. It will be like favored more onto the left side. It will be even more unfair if the circle would be situated on the right side. So right here, I do think that Stolber will be a no for any of the teams for now, since it's really just far. I think it's gonna be impossible. Or maybe someone would just get those vehicles running and go directly to Stolber. I don't think that will be happening though. Um, what I do know from these teams is like they're very very aggressive. That's how I can say it. So they are very aggressive. They sometimes need some. Oh, I just said it. I mean, I just said it that the map could be favored at the right side, and I think it really is favored off centered, but more onto the right side of the map. But back to my point, really is they're more onto the aggressive side, while playing safely. We don't really see it that much until the last stages of the game, so which is kind of default. But yeah, we're gonna be heading on game number two for tonight. The first round for Erangel, and one member has already been downed right from the start. That's gonna be from Vampire Esports.
Oh my gosh. These teams should really give Vampire Esports a break. They haven't found like a good chance ever since the Rondo map, and it looks like it's gonna be Influence Rage going up against Vampire Esports so early on in the game. There's one knockdown from INF and two from Vampire Esports, and meanwhile Ryu is also getting two knockdown. Oh, that's a nice shot from the staircase. Diego gets that elimination against Lazarus. This is not a good start to Vampire Esports, and I kind of want to see what Vampire Esports is up to, especially since they already lost two players, and there's one that's still knocked down. They're just hunting down this last player from Vampire Esports before this is gonna be all over. It looks like Red Bull has been finished off, and Gibby SCR is just kind of hiding over here, and Influence Rage is gonna be hunting them down, and Weibo Gaming might be joining in to the fight as well. And here in Primorsk, just a little bit, it's too many teams. And just like that, Vampire Esports is going to be the first team to fall down. Not a good look for them, but still, it's what happens. Erangle's just like this. And in fact, Miramar as well. It looks like Ryu's also going to be eliminated off. It's so early on in the game, and we're seeing a lot of aggression already.
And right here, 15 teams remain. It really is sad that Vampire Esports first team to fall down. That would really set them behind, few steps behind from their rankings. But it is just going to be a very good moment right here for the rest of the teams. Looking good for Alliance since they're going to be setting the gap from here on out. DRX is also their chance to catch up to Vampire Esports, and I do think they can catch up if they're going to be able to win it for game number 2 and be able to rack up those elimination points. However, TIANBA has already spotted one member from THUNDERTALK Gaming. They could take that one out, but I think they will be playing safe for now.
Yeah, absolutely. Tianba, love that panda costume. But they're going up against Thunder Talk, which is Thunder Talk has dropped off a couple of ranks since yesterday. So I'm hoping that they bounce back really, really soon. They are a decent team, and that goes the same with Influence Rage as well. They just needs to work a little bit harder over here. But Weibo Gaming finds one from Influence Rage, and it looks like Influence Rage is down to 3 players. And Weibo Gaming, they definitely need to get a lot of points if they want to catch up with the other big names in this competition. So with that, it looks like Order is kind of just staying at the roof at this point, and Influence Rage is just kind of spreading themselves out on the compound, trying to see if they can find a nice positioning to go up against Weibo Gaming, because they know that there's someone out there and that they definitely do not want to get picked off so early on. But Weibo Gaming with a really good start to the game. Otherwise, there's Alpha 7 as well as DRX going up against up against another team. It looks like Loops might be losing a couple of players, so we're gonna be watching out for this development. But yeah, it looks like we're down to 57 players, so there's a couple of eliminations already. And hopefully these players, they know that this isn't Rondo anymore. You can't recall, so they have to play it a little bit more safe than usual. Otherwise, A7 finds Chanpa. Let's see if we might be seeing another elimination here, because Chanpa's taking a lot of damage.
Yep, right here they're trying to run away from that one since they're just dropping one by one. And Tianba, I think it could be, it could mark their demise right here. On the other hand, Thundertop Gaming also dropping one by one. Weibo Gaming looking for bodies, looking for those heads to pop out before they can make a move and before they can claim those skills. For now, Alpha 7 would be still hunting Thundertop down, and they are just gonna be hungry for those kills. Weibo Gaming, on the other hand, trying to constrict the area right here against INF, and I think they're just gonna be looking for be very aware for their enemies right here in case they just go out. But currently they're in the danger zone, so it's either they have to move or they have to wait for INF to move out.
Absolutely. And Weibo Gaming still hunting down INF, and still not done with this engagement. And I guess the blue zone's gonna be forcing their hand as of the moment. Looks like Gaming will be going on the aggressive side. Diego will be falling to that grenade from Weibo Gaming. There's another one cooking by the hands of Sook. They only have a two. Now one grenade left, so they have to make a most out of it. But it does take Diego down. Lost just behind that staircase, and it looks like they'll be storming in. That's gonna be not even a fight. That was a 3 versus 1. INF falling one after the other. Now it's just gonna be Federal holding the grenade, going a one versus a three, and Sook is knocked down, so Sook doesn't need that revive really soon, but not too soon. Oh, okay, finally gets spotted, but Weibo Gaming's gonna be caught off guard. There's another falling down. Oh my gosh. One eliminated off from the side of Weibo Gaming by the hands of Federal. And Order's kind of hiding behind this window. There's a Molotov burning. Federal still holding on to dear life all the while. TIANBA does get eliminated off, but finally, Sook with the DBS finishes Federal off alongside the rest of Influence Rage.
Yep, and Influence Rage will fall down, being hunted by Weibo Gaming. And I think we are left with 13 teams right here. So Alliance still currently on top. DRX looking to widen the gap and chase them down. The Xavier also just chilling for now, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. THUNDERTALK Gaming also they're looking kind of 50-50 right here, if I'm not mistaken. They're only left with two, and they have to play this one carefully. Loops on the other hand, they're still looking good. They only have one member deficit. But yeah, the rest of the teams are really just looking good for now. They do have to catch up a lot just to really use this as an advantage, and just catch up to these players that have been eliminated this early. For now, Loops, the rest of the teams are just looking for some positions that they want to lock in and maybe get some kills along the way.
Absolutely, and they're still hunting the other players down. A little bit of scopes action, Burmese schools, just by the distance of Loops. But otherwise, after that initial couple of eliminations and whole team squad wipeouts, it's gonna be a little bit of a lull. After that, so we're down to 13 teams and 47 players left remaining. We're still at stage 2 of the circle, still 10 minutes into the game. So I love the energy coming in from the teams. But over here, we're gonna be seeing the Giants. Alliance, in fact, is going to be swooping in and towards the area where Loops is. But here, ASTRUM DEUS also, they did quite a great job alongside Alpha 7. So if they ever engage against each other, this is going to be nice, because it's going to be one down for the side of ASTRUM DEUS. And that's just going to be King falling down. And there's another one, another casualty for AG. They haven't been finished off yet until now. Chillboy will be going on to the lobby, now down to 2 active players. There's Alliance nearby, and I presume there's also A7 as well. And it looks like a real HD does get a one more pick off. And wow, Alpha 7, what happened to these guys? That's 8 eliminations already, and they were on fire in the Rondo map, and all of a sudden they're also on fire here in the first Orango map. So there's a chance that they're going to be climbing up a lot in day number 2. So it's a good thing that they're catching up to all of these points. And over here we see Alpha Gaming find Alliance up against them. So Alliance does get a 1 knockdown from the side of Alpha 7. Might be easy enough to kind of finish them off, but I'm not seeing anything popping up on the kill feed, so I guess they're going to be backing away really quickly. This Alpha 7 is kind of clustered within each other. It's going to be easy to retaliate. But yes, Alliance is still a little bit too far from Alpha 7. There's an attempt at a grenade. It's going to be popping. And Kariel does take a lot of damage. Let's see if that grenade can finish them off. It looks like that will be resulting into a knock. And a Molotov coming in. And hopefully that's going to be finishing off Alpha 7. But it looks like we might not be seeing what's going to happen after that. Doesn't look like there's any knockdown yet. This Alpha 7 manages to get away from danger.
And current recap right here, 11 minutes and nearing its 30th second mark, and still 13 teams remain. So it is looking kind of a bit of a slow push from here on out, but we're right here in the shooting range. Virtus Pro versus Alpha 7 Gaming, and the grenades keep coming in. just waiting for something to happen right here, and I think they're just gonna be storming this area right here. And I think with just a shotgun in hand, he is probably not ready to face them all down. That's three people down. You could avoid that one, but I think you will just fall down. Alpha 7 Gaming, on the other hand, to the rescue with their other members, and they will be trying their best to hold on to that spot. But I think they will be moving back because they're just falling down one by one.
Absolutely. Yeah, and with that, Alpha 7, their their glory days have been cut a little bit short, especially since it's just gonna be Kirill that's gonna be left. And they're gonna be going for placement points. That's the best bet right now, going for those placement points. And Alliance still zero eliminations, and the important thing is they're still alive, and there's still a lot of opportunities to go ahead and get a lot of points, especially since they still have a full squad and they still have a lot of resources in. Actually, not so much my beginning. I'm not really liking this inventory with the one grenade and just a couple of healing items. They definitely need to loot another place. And so, not sure what's going on here, but yeah, you know what? They just need a little bit more engagement so they can loot other players' inventories. But then, yeah, there's still Kirill nearby. They're at the edge. Rather, Alliance is at the edge of this next play zone in the stage 3 circle. And there's another team that's gonna be rotating into the area. There's loops that might be attempting to come in, and there's a chance that there's gonna be a gatekeeping sort of situation that might happen. And all the while, there's also Virtus Pro nearby by the vicinity of Kirill, and also DRX hiding out in this compound in Severny. There's also VP nearby, and the question is now, will they get spotted? Looks like DRS does a spot, loops first, a couple of sprays in, gives away a bit of location, but loops will not be engaging. They do have information, but I don't know if they're gonna be acting on it. We're gonna be watching out if they will, or they'll just go ahead and get their attention onto another team that's nearby, because there's a lot of teams nearby.
Hmm. And with this one, DRS, they have to, they really have a lot to catch up already because currently the teams are just, um, gathering a lot of points. And for now, they do have four eliminations, so they have to increase that more. But right here, back to the fight, Team Flash onto it. And I think they're getting those skills down, fighting against Virtus Pro. And right here, they are kind of spread out already with Virtus Pro, so it is gonna be a little bit different right here. They still managed to get one, and that's gonna be another before Virtus Pro will still try their best to at least get some down, but I think it's just gonna be different. DRX, however, will be joining as a third party for now.
Yep, the party, the Team Flash gonna be going on to inner circles in Severny. Just a grenade gonna be popping up. There's also a Molotov. That's a great shot coming in. Team Flash is gonna be holding on to a thread. There's one down, and got K2T is quite low on health. There's another grenade gonna be bombarding. It's gonna be knocking down one player from Team Flash completely, and still there are two active players, but inner circle is gonna be storming into the warehouse, knowing that they already got two knocks. That's a third, and there's gonna be a fourth really soon. And I think this might be the end of Team Flash if they get this last player that is gonna be trying to run away from this warehouse. I don't know if Inner Circle's aware but about their location, but it looks like they are. It's gonna be a 4 versus 1. I think we all know how this is gonna end. Team Flash will be saying goodbye a little bit too early once again, and with that wipeout by I see that is a great start to them as well. But otherwise, the influence rage also gets knocked out from some other part of the map, and it looks like Alliance and A7 are also going to be going up against each other.
Yep, Alpha 7 Gaming will be eliminated. Inner Circle are still outside of the circle, so they will have to move. Geek Safer, however, also looking from afar, trying to take them down. And I think that will be it. They're still looking for those numbers. I think that's from DRX. And if they get the shots down, then they can secure those kills. I think he has just been playing with the bullets like dodgeball. He will make it out alive. Inner Circle, on the other hand, will be taken out with one member from the danger zone.
Yes, and the Xavier gonna be joining in to the fray as well. There's Thundertalk nearby, so Richard Pro gets eliminated off. It's gonna be closing in on the stage 4 circle in a minute or so, and Weibo Gaming down to 2 players. Still, we're looking at the leaderboards. Yes, Alpha 7 does have 8 eliminations already, and the rest of the eliminations are kind of spread out towards the other teams. Alliance right now with the 80 points. I think these guys are gonna be closing in onto the 100 point mark really soon, and we're all up for it. But all the while, it looks like Alliance will be going up against ASTRUM DEUS. Let's see if we're gonna be finding a little bit more information on that engagement over there. It looks like Hamdulillah manages to finish off one player.
And with that in mind, we have already 10 teams remaining. Alliance still pretty much alive, and they're really kicking. Though they only have 3 eliminations for now, they will just be racking that up later on as they head on for the winner chicken dinner. And they don't really have to push this one more, because since they are currently number 1 and they have set the gap already, while they know that Vampire Esports are also down, so they can just chill really and aim for those placement points. However, one team will be eliminated once again, so this could really set the pacing for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Weibo Gaming down to 2 players as well. And there's still THUNDERTALK in the distance. Alliance still 4-man team. There's 3 eliminations already. DRX is gonna be joining in. 6042 had their scopes and they could have gotten DRX, but they're gonna be holding on to their triggers a little bit longer. The Savior is nearby inner circles. I believe they're down to 3 players, but still they have a quite a huge chance. And it looks like Loops just got eliminated off just now. Their last player got spotted. Speaking of spotted, 6042. I don't know if they spotted a body, but they definitely did not pull the trigger just yet. Not really wanting to give away their location a little bit too much, but it looks like their rotations are going to be changing really soon. Whether or not they're going to be closing in on DRX, that's left yet to be seen. But right now, they're still maybe scouting for information, waiting for that circle to close in, and they definitely need to move because they're outside of a play zone.
Yup, the grenades coming in, and with just 8 teams remaining, the pressure is on, and I think they will be trying their best to at least get some enemies down before they can move towards the inner circle. But for now, I do think it's still quite hard to really predict on which team will reign on top. And right here, DRX are just throwing the grenades in, and hopefully maybe they can get one down. And they're just really trying to fight this one for the higher grounds, I suppose. But yeah, currently I think that will be it for now, since there are no major casualties yet. They're just throwing grenades, just against anyone really at this point.
Absolutely. And we're going to be watching out for the rest of the games. Looks like DRX is nearby inner circle as well. So DRX is still only with 1 elimination. I see with 5, so it's a good start to them. No, DRX going to be spreading out quite at the edge of the circle. And inner circle is also nearby, trying to see if they can get any pickoffs on their side. DRS, all the while, they got eliminated off as this 8 team. They have a 1 point placement points if I'm not mistaken. So I mean, they didn't go out of the game empty-handed, but still they could have got a lot more points. Fallox getting targeted right now by Hyunbin. It's not gonna be enough for a knockdown, however, so they're gonna be having to try a little bit harder. They're gonna be rotating a little bit closer, going to grenades instead of bullets, and looks like Hyunbin will be hiding behind that car as well. And there's also THUNDERTALK to worry about, so lots of potential engagements. There's also the Xavier. They have buildings for themselves. Alliance will be taking a bit of damage from Nate, but it's not gonna be enough.
Yup, definitely not gonna be enough for now. The grenades coming in, I think he really just fell down and would be waiting for some revive right here. But the guns are blazing and the bullets coming to connect them. And apparently, 7 teams remaining. No, but we can't really see a lot of pressure because these teams are still quite spread out. That to the point that they're just gonna be focusing on one team. Yeah, there's no kind of pressure from different teams playing in. But right here, DRX already taking one down from the Savior to follow that with another grenade. combo that with a shed. So it really gives the destruction right here. Weibo Gaming tries to join in the fun, but one of them will be going down. DRX just swipes them off the board with a shotgun, and Dia Savior is eliminated, taking the number 7 spot.
Ooh, we're down to 6 teams then. Inner Circle gets a one. That's order from Weibo Gaming getting picked off. And now Weibo Gaming's down to one last player. Inner Circle, 6 eliminations, already doing quite well on this Wrangle map. Just looking at the leaderboards, it's actually still Alpha 7 with the most number of eliminations, but still they did get picked off. So that number is not going to be increasing anytime soon. All the while, there's still Alliance and DRX is still up in the running with the most chances of getting this chicken dinner. Might not be so good anymore because DRX did find one from Alliance. It's just a knockdown. Oh, Hyunbin gives that vehicle elimination. That's a great start to DRX's attempt to try, kind of cut down on Alliance, and they're up by 5 eliminations. And QXCZ is gonna be throwing that grenade. Gets caught, however, is down to half health, but still alive.
And yes, he's been gunned down behind the vehicle right here. Still makes it out alive. Get to heal himself up a little bit. And yeah, currently he's just gonna be looking for possible targets and maybe looking for some positions. But he will fall down this time, and I think there's gonna be no saving for now. And just looking at it right here, 6 teams currently remaining. Inner Circle still gets the job done, eliminating one of the members from DRX, though they're still quite healthy. On the other hand, the Alliance is laying low, still with 4 eliminations. But I think they are spotted right here. One of the members will fall down to the hands of Inner Circle. We'll find another member from DRX. Just a few more bullets. And I think he missed a few of those down. Just a grenade to secure the kill. And I think in just a few moments, he still makes it alive, but he will fall down. And that's going to be it for now. But he is spotted, however, and gets that, he really just falls down. And the rest of Inner Circle will go in to revive him.
Yes, and we're gonna be watching for the rest of Inner Circle. Fallock did get that revive that they needed. Yunbin still alive, but the only person left standing from DRX. So our like my initial saying that looks like DRX might be going up against Alliance for that last chicken dinner. It looks like that might not be happening
Oh,
because
another one.
Alliance they just did fall and DRX down to one last player. That's gonna be Hyunbin. So DRX also gets eliminated off. It looks like it's just between THUNDERTALK, Inner Circle, Weibo Gaming, and BG. In Burmese Schools and Inner Circle, this time they have the best chance. And it's just a shame that the Lions and DRX just had to go up against each other, pick each other off, and now none of those teams are getting the chicken dinner. Now we're down to 4 teams, and Inner Circle has been doing really, really well. In fact, they have double digits on the eliminations. There's a great chance these guys might get the chicken dinner.
And with this one, Inner Circle is having the best chance right here because there are currently 3 players, but they have 10 eliminations already for this game. So they're really warmed up and going into the fight right here. But I think they're going to be chasing them down with the last member from Weibo Gaming. And they are hungry. Burmese Goals taking them down, and Weibo Gaming will be saying their goodbyes. Now down to the last 3 teams. Thundertalk Gaming are laying this one low, but I think not because they just moving around with a vehicle, so they get spotted. But possibly they have another answer against Burmese Goals because they are looking at them, and if they're able to take Burmese Goals down, then they have a chance to taking down Inner Circle. I do think though that Inner Circle are just really on a different level for this round, so the win could really go to them.
Yes, and Burmese Schools with the 5 eliminations already. They're off to a great start, but they have a lot of catching up to do in terms of points. And Burmese Schools, I mean, they need to catch up. They're only at 26 points. All the while, they have to worry about even like a rank number 10 that's like almost 20 points away from the 40s, the line of 40s. They have a lot of catching up to do. So hopefully these guys maybe get a really good game, maybe get a chicken dinner, maybe get a lot of eliminations from this situation over here. But Thunder Talk is still in the game, and they definitely need to catch up as well. Ever since yesterday, ever since They got a lot of points, but all of a sudden, they're not doing quite too hot on this on the next couple of maps. So they're steadily dropping in terms of rank, but still inner circle they're a pretty decent team. So hopefully we're gonna be seeing some surprises from these guys. But right now they're still sitting at rank number 7.
Alliance right here. They're still currently leading with 83 points. So I wonder if I Inner Circle could be, at least getting closer to the top five spot. I mean, they're only 5 points gap compared to a Thundertalk Gaming. So if they could take them down, this would really push them even higher up the rankings. But back into the game, Burmese goals are still waiting for the circle to shrink even more, just so they can have more access. But I think right here they're able to take one down member from the side of Thundertalk Gaming. On the other hand, Inner Circle are just waiting for them to at least wait for the circle to even shrink and to have that higher ground, and they're just avoiding the radar of Burmese goals right here.
Okay, inner circle, a couple of sprays in. It's gonna be hitting O2 from Burmese Ghosts, and it looks like Master is gonna
Ooh,
be taking a bit
clean
of
shot.
damage. Not gonna be enough for that, and Inner Circle is still gonna be going up against these two other teams. Thunder Talk, while not doing too hot as well, I think they're gonna be eliminated off a little bit early on, but they managed to get the revive in, and they're back in the game. Still, we're still looking at 8 more players left in the field. This is a 28-minute Wrangle map. Surprisingly, we still have 8 players. There's still 3 teams that have each a really good chance of getting that chicken dinner. And it looks like Thunder Talk might be getting one more knockdown player. Let's see if Inner Circles can go ahead and finish that job. Master Ishi finds Falak from Inner Circles. I think this is going to be the start of things turning around, finally making a huge progress. There's a grenade cooking, grenades throwing from each and every direction, and Inner Circles getting bombarded right now by Burmese schools. Thunder Talk Gaming still MIA. I think they're playing it safe, trying to see if they can hold on to any sort of placement points. IQ is going to be going into that car, but that car is smoking up. Might not be a good idea to use that, and still going to be watching out. Master Ichi getting some sprays on, but otherwise, we're still going to a stage 9 circle, and I suppose we're going to be waiting a little bit longer. Could be a 30-minute game. Hopefully not, but it looks like we're going that way.
And right here we're already nearing its 30th minute mark, so it's really taking a little bit longer right here, and it's still the first round of Erangel, so we're still gonna wait for something to happen. And right here, I think something really happened. Inner Circle are just on fire. They were able to take one down, get a land of those bullets in as well. But Burmese Golds are putting up a fight. Inner Circle losing one member, another member also low on health, but they were able to throw that grenade and they were able to take the one down from Burmese Golds, leaving with the last member right here before they get eliminated. And it's just going to be up to 2 of those members from Inner Circle against the Lone Ranger. Thundertalk Gaming, they could turn this one around, but it is still very intense because they don't know. He spots one, leaving it with the last member of Inner Circle, unless he's able to resurrect one, and I think he does find one. The grenade coming in, hopefully it will find him down. He goes out of the tree, he gets spotted, and he falls down.
Yeah, I love that from Inner Circles. They got that chicken dinner that they deserved. I mean, I've been saying this. I've been watching Inner Circle from other tournaments, and they are an absolutely great team. And I saw in the live stream also there are a couple of fans waiting for these guys, and finally, they got the number of eliminations and the number of placement points that they absolutely deserve. So hopefully they jump up to the leaderboards quite a lot after this. But there's a lot of work to be done, especially since they're still maybe at rank 7. That's the last I saw of them. But still, congratulations to Inner Circle, and absolutely amazing performance to that team for this first Erangel map. But of course, there's a lot of other notable teams that performed really well, especially Alpha 7 with the 10 eliminations before they got picked off quite early on. And of course, several other teams. But right now, the spotlight is on Inner Circle. Once again, congratulations, and we might be seeing the stats really really soon. But before that happens, we just talk about the 30-minute Erangel map that just happened, and I hope that's not gonna be the trend later on. But still, it was worth it for Inner Circle to get that so much points.
hmm And yeah, Inner Circle. I've been talking about that really because Inner Circle they were on fire. Um, they do have the same amount of members from Burmese Goals, but what really is surprising to me is Thundertalk Gaming. They were able to clutch it even more before before falling down because eventually it's gonna be a 1v2 because Inner Circle you also have to consider their a lot of their kills and there are just a lot of factors that gives Inner Circle the huge advantage for that round. But really, what is surprising is Thundertalk Gaming, with the Lone Ranger still making, getting their 6 points, I believe. So yeah, it still is an impressive feat for their team, and they could catch up maybe soon or maybe on day number 3. But yeah, here are our team stats for Inner Circle.
Yeah, that's five for IQQ and Falak already. And Noki with the 3 eliminations and T24 with the 0 eliminations. That's a total of 13 rather, 13 eliminations on top of the 10 placement points from that chicken dinner. And the damage crossed 2K for this Erangel map. So it's absolutely amazing to see this kind of thing from Inner Circle. And of course the head to head will be Falak versus IQQ. Same team. And just a slight difference in damage. We have 5 eliminations on both sides. And the damage is a little bit more for Falak. And of course, the match summary, we expect 64 eliminations, of course. Total healings just at 7K. But I like the number of grenade eliminations. That's 9. And so that's just a lot of resources used and utilized.
And yeah, here are our top 3 for this one. Two of those members from Inner Circle and one from Alpha 7. And it really gives us a look at this one because for this match rankings, we're able to see Inner Circle with 23 points, we're followed by Permis Goals with 11, WEIBO Gaming with 10, Thunder Talk Gaming with 9. So even that Lone Ranger moment really gave him those points that they really need for their team to at least get near, Burmese Goals and WEIBO Gaming, though they needed more points. But, we can't be choosy in that one. It was still a very impressive moment for Thundertalk Gaming. We have here our MVP still. It's going to be Lazarus from Vampire Esports. We have yet to see the rampage of Vampire Esports for today, but for now, it does look like they're going to be moving back to the spotlight and maybe away from the.
Yeah, just a little bit more points. The RX could overtake Vampire Esports if Vampire Esports doesn't like get a lot of points, especially with their energy yesterday, then they could potentially drop off a couple of ranks for today. Not to worry, we still have 2 more days after this. So still how many maps are left to go? Still they cannot get complacent. They definitely have to work a little bit harder. But over here, Inner Circle finally at rank number 4. Just a couple of points away from getting to rank number 3. But today we'll be going up against DRX, which is a pretty decent team as well. Looks like Thundertalk Gaming dropped a little bit, and I'm kind of hoping that they're gonna be bouncing back after that. But the Xavier steadily climbing, and I love the fact that the Xavier did get a couple of chicken dinners yesterday, so they have a lot of points stored up. But hopefully they bounce back after that. And it looks like that was it for our statistics as well for that map number 2, guys. That was your first Erangel. We're still gonna be seeing 2 more Erangels, and then after that, we'll be ending the day with 2 more Miramars as well. So it was a good start to our day number 2. We had the Rondo, we have the Erangel, and of course we'll be moving on to another Erangel. But before that happens, we will be taking a short break. So guys, do not go anywhere. We'll be seeing you in a few minutes as usual. already with two eliminations. It's a great start, but they're not gonna be holding on to this map a little longer, especially since they're down to two players. But if they play it safe, they go for placement points. We might be seeing them at the finals of this game. But considering the fact Primorsk will be eaten up by that blue zone really, really soon, this engagement has to end quickly.
Yep, and right now we're still gonna be waiting for chaos to ensue, but we can't really expect since we're gonna be heading on to the 5th minute mark. There are a lot of teams though that are bundled together and they're huddled, so the grenades could set off something and maybe start a fight. But I think nothing will be happening for now. They're just taking their time. But Rays will find a grenade elimination from DRS all the way to Weibo Gaming, and one member will be falling down.
Absolutely, and then we're just going to be watching out for any other action. And Vampire Esports down to one last player. Unfortunately, you might not be seeing a lot of them anymore for this map, especially since they are in such a hot spot. So 1 versus 1 on that staircase. Diego got caught by surprise. In fact, I was also surprised. It's a good thing Red Bull was kind of having a lot of presence of mind, manages to get influence rage out of the game before them. But still, Vampire Esports still down to one last player, and hopefully this guy holds on to dear life. RRQ finds A7, by the way, and A7 they did really well in the first game, but Carrillo is gonna be first to fall on the roster. Now, this blue zone is starting its rampage. So these teams, these couple of teams that are in Primors, they're gonna be moving like ants that have like water sprayed on them. So you know what, these guys, they'll have to get a move on after this.
hmm And yeah, for now, DRS Rays will find that kill with a shotgun in hand. They're spraying them down, but he will not make it out alive, as Influence Rage will be eliminated. Alpha 7 would also be right here, reviving his teammates, and they're going to be spread out trying to fight RRQ Ryu right here.
Yes, absolutely. Alpha Gaming holding on to their positions as well. They already lost Gorillo, and there's also RQ Ryu nearby, right behind this fence. And Obscure's kind of trying to find a really good angle, but the question is, I don't know where A7 is. I guess they're kind of preoccupied for looking at another team. But right now, it's Obscure going up against RRQ, kind of watching this development out. But otherwise, everyone else from Alpha Gaming, it looks like Rizal is kind of rotating into the area. There's no one nearby in the shooting range, so maybe they're gonna be settling into this area since it's still within the circle, I believe. And Severny is also here. Our Kirayus, they are at a good start with the 5 eliminations, but otherwise, not much really happening just yet. Just a bunch of eliminated teams, 14 in fact left right now, and 52 players standing.
14 teams still up and running, but there will be no action for now as things seem to simmer down. And with this in mind, we're still gonna be waiting on those teams that will be looting up and just really prioritizing their positions for now. Vampire Esports, on the other hand, will find one. Will be gunning them down from the side of DRS. It's gonna be Raze. Usually the key player for DRS right here before he gets the kill onto him, and that's just gonna be the Lone Ranger right here. Getting is another point, and will be looking for more if he is able to spot them down.
Yes, and Loops is still at the 0 points, but they have settled into Severny, and that stage 1 circle is gonna turn into a stage 2 really, really quickly. Question is now, where is that circle gonna close in? Because I'm kind of curious as to what the teams that are in Primorsk are up to right now as of this moment. And yep, that's exactly what we're gonna be seeing right now. It looks like everyone else except Vampire Esports and DRS has rotated out of the way, and Red Bull needs to move. This guy has no healing items, but otherwise our Kiryu loses one player. Not to worry though, they still have 3 players left, 5 eliminations already, so they just need to hold on. But right now there's an AD in this area in Severny, just gonna be closing in on this these ruins. RQ Ryu trying to start something, try to scout the area of Vampire Esports. Red Bull needs to find a car at this rate. This guy is running out of healing items, and it's not too bad on the inventory, but still, the fact that this guy is all alone, They definitely need as much survivability as possible, especially since they'll be going for the placement points from now on.
And with that, still 14 teams remain. And again, it will be they will be playing it a little bit slower right here. But I guess he got spotted, and I think DRS was just really looking for that enemy before they were able to take them down. Vampire Esports still losing this early for now, so we can't really see Vampire Esports in the spotlight. However, the rest of the teams are already making their move. Vampire Esports leaving with 4 points, and INF leaving with 3 points. 6 points for DRS, but they're currently up and running. Ryu still with five, but one member is currently down. And yeah, the rest of the teams are just going at it. And right here, Thundertalk Gaming will be finding one, going for the spray. He will find one, but he will have to move back as there have been a lot of enemies and he can't afford to risk that one. However, on the other side, Alpha 7 will take one down from RRQ.
Yes, that are talking with the grenade in hand still can't find any sort of target to throw it at, so they're gonna be on standby just a little bit longer. There's another team, the Xavier nearby. There's also Alliance gonna be closing in. This is Stalbird. This isn't a very common area to see, especially if the circle isn't going towards the northeastern side. So this is definitely a little bit of a fresh air, but there's a lot of elevation here, and mostly it's gonna be hard to kind of defend yourselves over here, especially if King has this top of the world sort of vantage point. But here we can see Nate finding one from Team Flash. That's gonna be a finisher as well. And so Team Flash, they're down to 3 players, and hopefully they don't lose any more players. And looks like Fang finds another one, I believe. So Team Flash is down to 2 players also, and slowly but surely they're probably gonna be losing a lot more. Diana from Versus Pro loses their lives to DRX. It's not going to be in this part of the map, however, but there's a lot of teams that have settled in. Fang finds another from Team Flash. This is not a good look for Team Flash. Now they're down to one last player, but I'm not sure what's going on for Team Flash. This is not their usual lineup. Maybe they just changed their names. I'm not really sure. But then, yeah, I'm hoping the Team Flash is going to bounce back after this.
And yeah, still, ASTRUM DEUS are looking for a way to at least get themselves up and running because we don't really know their points yet. On the other hand, different teams are kind of just really looking for possible targets that they could find. But on the other hand, Virtus Pro would be falling down by Alliance, by various teams, really. So this could be the moment that Virtus Pro will be biting the dust, and I think they will be left with their last member. On the other hand, Alliance and Loops would also be able to go in for a fight. The Loops still finding one from RQ. And yeah, I do think that Loops will be securing those skills down to be followed by DRX doing the same thing. And RQ will be saying their goodbyes.
Absolutely. And Astrum Diaz, they spot another from Thunder Talk, just attempting to kind of connect a bunch of bullets, but they're not gonna be finding the damage that they need. DRX, they managed to eliminate one from Loops, and it looks like Loops is down to 3 players. All the while, Hyunbin finds one from Alpha 7 as well. Alpha 7 loses one more player to the knockdown. There's 2 active players left, and there's a lot of teams kind of lost a bit of players. But the important thing is, other than Vampire Esports, the top 6 teams are still full squads, and so we're kind of just waiting for these guys to go up against each other. But Astrum Diaz is still a full squad as well, so they have quite a chance to still get a lot of points from this map. But otherwise, it's gonna be Stalbert. That's kind of be the start of the show at this rate. I believe this is the center of the circle as of the moment. So there's a lot of teams that are gonna be settling in and taking a little bit of locations for themselves, defending it already. And an example falls from a high place. Not sure what happened over there. Maybe they fell off their car. I'm not sure, but it's just unfortunate that they'll be losing one player from something, as as pretty funny as that. I mean, it's not funny. Maybe there's like lag or something, but still could have held on to the last player. But it looks like Alliance finds Hyunbin from DRX, and we know Hyunbin has been like shooting a lot of players, have been taking down a lot of players. So this guy is getting silenced as of the moment. I don't know if this guy can get revived. However, it looks like Yenbin will be finished off completely by Alliance.
Alliance will find one. It's gonna be from the DRX, and I think right here, they're starting to be wary of their surroundings as loops are caught in a tight spot right here, and he has the low ground, so it's really hard for him to get some players off the map because I think he is the one that's gonna be taken out in just a few moments. On the other hand, Astrum Deers are just roaming around in a circle, also looking for possible targets. At least they are taking the higher ground. But yeah, the rest of the teams, they're just securing their spots near the circle, just in case that there's gonna be another team that will be going towards the circle or maybe around the circle. At least they can kill those who will be able to cross them.
Absolutely, and everyone's just taking the places in the Salber into the northeastern part of the map. Where me schools gets a little bit of damage up against Team Flash. That's the end of Team Flash. This one, I'm kind of curious. What's happening in Team Flash? Is this the same roster we saw yesterday? Where's Bose? Where's Win? Or where's the rest of them? I mean, it's kind of like strange. Very unfamiliar usernames. Maybe they changed their names, but this is definitely not the Team Flash that I know just yet. So hopefully we see these guys back into their full power later on. But of course, maybe they're just trying out new things. And Team Flash definitely needs to catch up. They're at number 13 as of the moment. But I digress. So we're looking at Inner Circle right now. They definitely need to steadily start climbing, especially since they did quite well in previous Erangel maps. So this is good. They should make this their money map. You know, they have two more Erangels left to go. I mean, this is one of them, and there's another Erangel later on. If they're doing well in the Erangel, they definitely need to utilize this and get as much points as possible. But otherwise, looks like the Savior finishes off DRS. Yep, that was their last player, and they completely get eliminated off. We're down to 9 teams.
And now, since we're down to the last 9 teams, more and more pressure is on for all of them, especially those who are currently complete with 4 players, because this is just going to be hard. Because you know what, the Alliance is the biggest hurdle for all of these teams. To follow that with DRX only losing one, but it's still game changing for them since they really want to catch up to Vampire Esports. They do need 7 points though, but we're back into the game. Alpha 7 will find one from Burmese goals. Loops just looping all around the area right here, hoping to get another spot, but I think one of them will fall down by the hands of Alliance. I think they're being hunted down. DRX, however, will be looking for some potential targets, but I think he will not find one. Alpha 7 still putting up a fight, and I think they'll be taking more of those numbers down from Burmese goals.
Absolutely, and Loops will be eliminated off completely by Alpha 7. Alpha 7 has 5 eliminations already, one of the highest amount of eliminations in this map so far. But there's a lot of teams that have a pretty nice a nice chunk of the eliminations, and I really like this. It means the eliminations are kind of spread out a little bit more evenly than usual in among the teams in this lineup. So I really love to see it, but still I want to see a sort of domination from one of these teams, especially Alliance, since they have to build up a lot of points to kind of secure that number 1 spot. But over here we're watching Burmese schools as well. They're down to 2 players, and Alliance is kind of circling the edge of that circle, trying to attempt perhaps a gatekeep sort of strategy, but they're not going to be finding that. But DRX, they do lose, as Syke say, and by the hands of Alliance at that. And Alliance is doing quite well, and they're going to be storming into Stalber, taking down one team after the other, trying to attempt to go in. But here, Inner Circle is also attempting their own kind of gatekeep up against there's another team. I believe this could be the Xavier that Inner Circle is trying to deal with. So whether or not the Xavier can successfully infiltrate Stalber, that's all going to be up to if Inner Circle allows it.
And yep, we're down to the last 8 teams, nearing its end, but still the 19th minute mark. DRX will lose one member and will be confirmed leaving it with their last survivor. On the other hand, the teams are slowly moving inside the circle, just also being wary of other players that are looking for those points. The Xavier, on the other hand, will be throwing a lot of those smokes just to cover their tracks. The grenades will be coming in as well later on. But for now, Inner Circle, they do have the upper hand right here. They have the higher advantage, the higher ground. But Thunder Talk Gaming will be able to take one down from D Xavier. DRX also losing one member, and it's just gonna mark their elimination for now. 7 teams remaining. The grenades keep coming in. The damage also stacking up as well. And Inner Circle is really looking good. They like those chances at winning this one.
Yep, and grenades gonna be cooking in by the side of Inner Circle, and they're gonna be targeting the Xavier as of the moment. They're just holding on to trying to get these elimination points for themselves. T24 getting those bullets in, as well as those grenades. One versus one now
Oh,
behind that tree. It's a good thing there's someone else behind a Falak as a backup, and with that, that's a one more picked off on the side of the Xavier. In fact, that's a whole the Xavier got eliminated off, and this is what we're talking about. This is Inner Circle trying to gatekeep them from trying to come into Stalber, and the Xavier had no choice but to take that fight. Otherwise, they'll be eaten up by that stage 5 blue circle. Otherwise, Inner Circle is gonna be the first, rather the victorious one in that situation. It's a good ending for their part. But here, it's gonna be Alpha 7 Gaming going up against Alliance, but Rizar's taking a lot of damage, manages to get away just in
oh.
time, not for too long. They get knocked down. Obscure gonna be trying to finish the job with Alliance over here, but my bikini is taking a lot of damage. I don't know where it's coming from, but it's a lot. About to get taken down by Obscure, but there's another from Alliance getting that revenge kill. It's gonna be Burming Schools. They'll be stealing that elimination point off from Alliance. Oh my gosh, the Xavier already got eliminated off. We kind of like knew that from a while ago. I guess it's just a little bit too late, but yes, Alpha Gaming is also eliminated off.
Alpha Alliance would be still in this game for two with 2 members in, and Inner Circle also already losing one of their members from those grenades. They're trying to fight back with our guns, and ASTRUM DEUS still pretty much complete, and ThunderTalk Gaming also laying low. And I think the goal right here for ASTRUM DEUS is just to get that chicken dinner. They were able to find one that's going to be from the side of Inner Circle, giving them a chance to, lessen the chances of Inner Circle winning this one out. ASTRUM DEUS is really looking good for now, since they currently have most of their members present and are here. They're trying to at least get them down, but now that they missed those shots. Inner Circle would actually have that information already on where they currently are.
Absolutely, and it's gonna be Astrum Diaz holding their marks on this compound, and Alliance. They're down to 2 last players, and well, not so clear as to who could win. I mean, Astrum Diaz, they have the numbers advantage. Hopefully, they don't get picked off one after the other. We did see that happen, but right here we have Thundertalk Gaming about to lose one of their players, but Astrum Diaz couldn't finish the job. They managed to get away just in time. Okay, that's a lot of damage coming in, and finally, Seating will be falling by the hands of Little Boy from Astrum Diaz. Now the goalpost has changed. They find Alliance as well, so let's see if they can get any damage in. Looks like Astrum Diaz will be rotating before anything else happens. And of course, this is a pretty nice area for a lot of resources, and that's exactly what Astrum Diaz is trying to take advantage of. And now with the cars, they're going to be rotating into the area. Thunder talk down to the last player, which is AJ, and hopefully this guy holds on enough to get those placement points. And right now, Burmese Schools is going to be a solo player as well. Once again, Ashram Diaz with the numbers advantage, but here IC has the numbers and also the track record. Over here, AJ might be losing their last really soon. They get spotted, and that audio cue from the car is definitely not helping, and that positioning is like, I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. I absolutely hate that position, especially for a solo player. But apparently, Thundertalk Gaming doesn't really have a choice, so we're gonna be letting it slide, and hopefully these guys stay alive long enough to get a little bit more placement points.
And yeah, currently 5 teams remain, and just looking at the progress of the map right now, it does look like it will lay low for a little bit since the terrain of the circle is kind of very in favor of all of the teams right here. Astrum Deus, though, they also have like they're kind of off center of the circle, but they have control. They have the warehouse. They have the warehouse as well, so they really have the high chance of winning this one. However, on the Alliance side, they were able to take one down from ThunderTalk Gaming before eliminating their team.
Absolutely, and Shimdi is still standing strong with the four players with the numbers advantage, but they're not being too aggressive. They're definitely trying to hold on to that survivability, but still, we still have four teams to worry about. A bunch of smokes coming in. Alliance is still up by two players, and they have to play their cards really, really carefully if they don't want to get picked off a little bit too early on. Since Alliance already they're already doing well. In fact, they have the most number of eliminations where any team on this map so far. They have seven, in fact, but there's a lot of teams vying for that record. We have Inner Circle with six already. Burmese Ghost has four. And also AD has five. So a lot of really great teams going up against each other for this Erangel map. And the only thing I'm hoping for right now is I really hope this is not gonna be another 30-minute Erangel game because come on, that map number two was absolutely great, but still it's been drawn out a little bit too much. But I'm also hoping that Inner Circle could get their back-to-back chicken dinner. It's definitely possible.
And yeah, with 4 teams remaining, still Astrum Deus are looking good with their chances of winning right here. On the other hand, the grenades are coming in, maybe hoping to get that one down, but no one will be there. And Alliance are probably just getting some attention, I guess, before moving towards that area. Just I think just to make sure that the coast is clear, but they are also nearing Burmese goals, which leaves them with the last member. Again, Ashram Deus, Inner Circle, they could be the potential top two.
Absolutely, and Inner Circle still the three players holding on. We're gonna be drawing this out a little bit longer, just as we saw in the previous game. But here, Alhamdulillah finally finds the last player from Burmese Schools. We're down to three teams and 9 players left remaining. Grenades coming in, going up against Alliance. There's a lot of damage coming in, and it looks like Alliance will be wiped out by Inner Circle. We're down to two last teams. It's just Inner Circle versus Astrum Diaz, and that's quickly gonna be starting off already. Inner Circle spots Astrum Diaz. A lot of warning shots coming in. Astrum Diaz hiding behind this boulder, not so good on the positioning since Inner Circle does have a vantage point on this high platform. Inner Circle, love their positioning. That's the first casualty for Ashram Diaz. He spots a one from the stairs. That's gonna be a second knockdown. Ashram Diaz falling, and there might be a third casualty here. Someone's half health. Going for that fecal elimination. Let's see if that happens. Lots of gunfire. Noki's gonna be falling, but there's backup right behind him. It's gonna be one last player for Astrum Diaz. The question is, where is this guy? T24 OP and IQ are gonna be hunting for this a last player before they get that chicken dinner that they always wanted.
And yeah, it really gives them a little bit of a leeway right here for Inner Circle as they are nearing towards victory. And in just those few moments, they were able to turn things around. And again, it's just going to be between Inner Circle and Astron Deus. The possible winner right here. It is looking good for Inner Circle as they were able to clean them out. And yeah, with 11 eliminations, it's really just hard to destroy the mentality of Inner Circle right now if you're gonna be a player from Astrum Days. Which, by the way, we're talking about 1v2 as well, so it's really hard. He got spotted by the grenade. He was able to chip down their health by almost 75%. Like another grenade coming in just in time for himself to heal. And yeah, the bandage coming up as well. The Molotov will hurt him even more. Still makes it out alive, but with just a few shots, that's gonna mark the victory for Inner Circle.
Oh my gosh. Inner Circle with the back-to-back chicken dinners. Congratulations. Absolutely insane from Inner Circle. And with the fact that they got at least 11 eliminations, I think after that last kill might be at least 12. I'm not sure we'll be seeing the total amount of eliminations later on. But of course, yes, once again, congratulations, Inner Circles. I told you guys from day number one, you have to watch out for these guys. They're absolutely amazing, especially with their records in previous tournaments. And of course, they're gonna be silent but deadly. And right now, they're showing their true colors. And of course, hopefully they bring that sort of energy for the next couple of days to come and the next couple of maps. In fact, we still have 6, 12, 15 more maps left to go. This was still our second Erangel map for day number 2. We're going to be moving on to our final Erangel map for day number 2 later on, and then after that it's just going to be the 2 Miramars. But still, nonetheless, congratulations to Inner Circle, and we're going to be seeing the team stats later on. Let's see how well they all did. But still, the other teams, they did really well. Ashrabius held their ground, but still, Inner Circle, they're just a different kind of beast.
And yeah, with 12 eliminations already, IQQ with 4, Noki with 4. It's all of them is just balancing the eliminations right here. The damage though is heavily focused onto IQQ. So Inner Circle, they are already starting to move, and I think the momentum is looking good for them as long as they can keep it. However, they have to look for Alliance because Alliance in this game, they were able to at least still get that fire done before biting the dust. So, and maybe on the next game we could see Alliance even catching up further. But yeah, we have head to head from Alpha Savants Obscure. Damage is also quite immense from the side of IQQ, but the knockouts and the eliminations are also just near to each other. So we don't really see a lot of difference, except for the damage and the survival.
And Alpha 7, I mean, we also have to talk about Alpha 7. All of a sudden, they're racking up so much elimination points, but not so great on the survivability. They definitely have to work on that. So they have to balance out the aggression, the taking risks, alongside of their survivability for getting those placement points. And it's not just placement points that they're supposed to go to. Like if they survive for a long time, then they have more chances of getting more eliminations. But yes, these are our top 3. We saw Obscure a while ago, and of course a couple of more players. But here are the match rankings. Inner Circle with the 22 total points, Alliance with the 13, Ashram Deus with 12, which is a good start. Absolutely good start to Ashram Deus to start climbing those leaderboards. And still, oh, actually, it's not going to be Lazarus from Vampire Esports. They will be replaced by their very own teammate, a Red Bull from Vampire Esports, once again with the 20 eliminations. I believe last we saw Lazarus had 18, and now Red Bull has 20 with the 3.4k damage total for the last 9 maps that just passed. And these are our overall rankings. It's just 2 points away from crossing that 100-point mark.
Alliance are already leading, and with a huge gap, Inner Circle will follow with 85 points, 77 for Vampire, and the gap right here against DRX are already getting near and close. Thundertalk Gaming with 66. So we can already see the point gaps from these teams. But yeah, we'll be moving on for game number 4, 5, 6 later on. But for now, we'll be having a short break.
back to the PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle Chapter 2. We're already halfway through this day number 2. And of course, we did see the two Erangel maps, which both got conquered by Inner Circle back to back. And of course, the Rondo map that just happened with a lot of total points coming in. So, this is going to be our final Erangel map. And of course, we're going to be going on to our two mirror maps later on. And of course, we're still your casters. Mike is with me still. And yes, as we talked about, this is the match schedule for today.
Yep. Ending the next upcoming will be Erangel, the last Erangel round, but the next will be followed with two Miramar rounds. For now, the drop zone prediction for the Erangel is still pretty much the same. It still gives us an idea on how these teams really like to behave. Again, this is not final. They can really around depending on the flight path or the circle, but it does give us an idea on how they really behave depending on location.
Yeah, and I mean, we already have a pretty good idea as to how the teams kind of behave, and of course, Primorse. There were three teams on the predictions, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot more than that. But here, finally, people are not gonna be forced to pick Primorsk anymore, and hopefully that does not make a repeat of that. And right now, I'm kind of watching out for Vampire Esports because their three drop zone predictions are either Zarki, Primorsk, or Stalber. And right now, they can definitely get either Stalber or Zarki, and probably going to be Zarki most likely because Stalber is a little bit hard to kind of climb up. So here we're going to be seeing the teams are going to be shuffling in to their favorite drop-off points. It looks like Vampire Esports will be going for Primorsk probably. So they're going to be going for that long haul drive just to get to their drop-off zone perhaps, or maybe they'll just settle for Quarry and or like some other smaller compounds outside of the main areas of Erangel. But other than that, yes, it looks like that flight path will be going from west to east, a little bit biased towards the main island of Erangel. So maybe the military base, not so much. But here, we'll be seeing a westward circle.
Yep, the circle from the right side will be now moving to the left side. And I think that some of the teams didn't really see this coming. So, I mean, of course, so definitely they will have something to do. But we do see some movements right here already. And I think INF is already getting the job done against Team Flash. Also, Weibo Gaming against Vampire Esports. So they're really limiting their powers right here. INF could be facing another early elimination right here. The same goes for Esports, and they're left with one member. And also the rest of the teams are just really hunting them down. So it's really unfortunate to be staying with a different teams. TIANBA and DRS are also facing head to head, and some of them don't even have weapons. So this is really just unfortunate.
We saw in the drop zone predictions actually. I believe that was Vampire Esports and Weibo Gaming. They all go for Primorsk, and it looks like despite the flight path, Vampire Esports and Weibo Gaming went for that Primorsk, and that just resulted to Vampire Esports early elimination because it was Weibo Gaming versus Vampire Esports on the road towards Primorsk. They really wanted to get that in. But here, DRS Lonely is going to be falling by the hands of Chanpa. And of course, INF kind of watching out for these guys as well. And we already have two early on eliminations just because of the drop zone points. Here, Team Flash, once again, they're going to be going in and going up against Influence Rage. And hopefully, we're going to be seeing maybe a full squad wipeout here in Yasnaya Poliana. And a great start to Weibo Gaming, by the way. They're still a full squad despite going up against Vampire Esports. It looks like they had a little bit more preparation than Vampire Esports, but still, it was kind of a shame to see Vampire Esports get picked off so early on in the last couple of maps. But over here, Team Flash is actually quite nearby. Influence Rage. Okay, let's see if we're gonna be seeing any sort of engagement over here. They're kind of peeking into the windows, just going around trying to see if they can find a really good angle over here. But you know what's kind of funny? Windows that are comically so big just for the for just for the convenience of the game. Definitely no one has those windows. But here, 2 down, 3 down, 4 down. Oh my gosh. Just a bunch of trade-offs from these two teams. Diego's gonna be the last person standing on influence rage. This is a 2 versus 1, potentially with Team Flash, and it's Diego's gonna be falling. Team Flash lives to see another day. Otherwise, influence rage has another early pickoff.
Yep, and there you have it. They get to live another day right here, and Team Flash still has the chance to really win that later on, but really unfortunate for them for now since they don't really have a lot of medkits and bandages. But I think they will just need more just to maybe need some more locations to go to and just loot just they're really just making sure that there are no enemies near them just to have the chance of advancing to the later stages of the game. But I think after all that bloodbath, after all that chaos, we're gonna be simmering down a little bit just to since this is gonna be the conclusion for the Erangel games.
No, this one, Team Flash, I'm still curious as to what happened to these teams because maybe they're kind of like using another a secondary team perhaps, and not really familiar with those names, and they don't even have the FL on their names. So I guess they're trying out something new. But here, the Xavier going into this flaming truck in Pachinki, and I think they're going to be going up against the Xavier. Actually, no, I think the Xavier's all alone here in Pachinki. They're just chilling and looting the place up. There's a lot of good loot here. But here, Hyunbin once again is back. Gets traded off with AD after that little knockoff on their side. Now I really want to know what the scoreboard is like for DRX and AD. Okay, that's exactly what we're going to be seeing right now. 6A is on our screens a while ago. And Estes is just trying to get that pick off. And that's a finisher for AD. I don't know what's up with these guys. It looks like there's one left on the leaderboards. So we're gonna be hunting this last person down. Actually, it's gonna be DRX is gonna be hunting that last person down. Not sure where they went. And it looks like DRX is all alone in hospital already. So call an ambulance, but not for DRX definitely. And there's still a full man squad. It's a good thing that there's still 4 players left even after going up against AD. It's just kind of a shame that AD was the second to the last team standing in the previous map, and right now they're gonna be seeing an early end.
Yup, and with 14 teams remaining, um, again, things really do simmer down from here on out. We don't see a lot of engages just yet. The map is still quite big, so we have a lot of area to cover. And I think that's gonna be it for now because there are a lot of teams that are just really aiming for the number one spot. But again, still quite early to decide.
Yes, and RQ, we're gonna be watching out what these guys are up to as well. Looks like Musang's just inside their car, scouting the place with shooting range. Perhaps and that station circle is gonna be a little bit short of a minute before that's gonna be closing in, and of course just looking at the leaderboard, there's still a lot of teams. That's still a full man squad, and looks like a couple of pickoffs here and there, and of course we're down to 14 teams. So we're seeing a full 3 man, like 3 team elimination so far, and well, we're gonna be watching out as to what's gonna happen later on, and it's quite gonna be a ride. We're still 8 minutes into the game, so we still have 50 players left standing, and we're gonna be watching out as to what happens later on. I'm really kind of hoping to see Alliance put a lot of gapping points between them and IC later on. And so with that, I mean. Alliance, they're just 2 points away from breaching that 100 point mark, but it doesn't seem they seem to have like a little bit of trouble crossing that mark. So hopefully when we see them pop off, but also I'm kind of hoping to see Inner Circle kind of coming back from that. So they are 85 points in, so they're 15 points away from that 100 point mark. They're almost there, breaching Alliance. And speaking of Alliance, it looks like I thought that was Alliance, is actually Loops, and Loops is gonna be going up against Alpha Gaming. It looks like we were gonna be seeing an engagement up. It's so high up in this mountain.
Yep, definitely the action is still coming through. But you know what, Annie, we what are your thoughts currently on how the teams will perform?
And right now, I think Alliance is definitely like going to a lull. Not quite sure what's happening, but here Alpha 7 Gaming, they lose one player. That's actually just gonna be obscured. It's gonna be the last active player standing, but still Loops takes a bit of damage from a third party. That's gonna be Thundertalk coming in, swooping in. Probably rescuing Obscure, not knowing that they're like they didn't know that Obscure definitely needed that distraction. Echo Jive, but the scope sats, loops gotta be falling one after the other. In first rage, once again with it early pick off. And Obscure's gotta be falling. Burmese schools as well. There's a lot of things happening in this map. There's a lot of pickoffs as well. We're down to 12 teams left. Alpha 7, yes, we saw that a while ago. Obscure fell. Thundertalk Gaming as a third party. We're gonna be seeing Loops. Perhaps Loops is gonna be taken out really, really soon because they were still trying to recover from their engagement at Alpha 7. All of a sudden, Thunder Talk Gaming gonna swoops in. Vitinda with those shots in. Taking down one after the other, but they did not see an echo dive right behind this guy. And that's gonna be it.
The elimination are also coming in. Thunder Talk will be able to at least get some loot ready and be able to go on since they have the higher ground. They at least have the idea on where to stay later on. Alliance, on the other hand, they're still pretty much alive, but they do have the number one spot, so they don't really have to engage a lot, especially that uh, Vampire Esports is currently down. Inner Circle still up, but with no eliminations. They have nothing to worry about for now. DRX, Thunder Talk, and D Xavier, they have chances right here to catch up to Vampire Esports, and they have a chance to even catch up to Inner Circle later on.
Absolutely, there's a lot of changes, but DRX6A they find RQ Ryu nearby, but on the other hand, Virtus Pro they find also their own engagement somewhere out there. But right now, our eyes will be on DRX as of the moment, and well, DRX after that initial warning shots, not seeing anything developing, but over here, VP Dynamic finally finishing off that last player from IC. Rather, one player from IC. IC is still up by three players, so not too much to worry about. But here, Gatka, we have Alliance, and I don't think Alliance found any sort of engagement whatsoever. They're still up at zero eliminations. So hopefully they find some more elimination points to just kind of help out on their points. They still have a couple of points, maybe 13 points in gap between them and IC. But still, IC was on fire for the past two games, so they cannot be complacent. QZC from Tianba will be knocked down, but there's another one on their side just nearby, but it's not going to help because 6042 manages to knock down and eliminate QZZ from Tianba. And now let's see if Alliance will get any more other points.
Mhm. And yep, with 11 teams up and running and just 12 minutes, we still have yet to see different potential candidates really because we don't really see a lot of those eliminations coming up. Weibo Gaming is looking good with four eliminations and they're all alive. To follow that with Flash with two members but four eliminations. Looking, it's not really looking good for ASTRUM DEUS. They only have one member and no kills for now. TIANBA as well. And yeah, Ryu still with no eliminations, no points for now. However, we have DRX, Thunder Talk, and DX Xavier who is looking good long term. But back to the game, RQ Ryu would be able to take a few members down from Weibo Gaming in just a short amount of time, and they could be looking for possible elimination right here. Weibo Gaming are just dropping, and we have seen their logos before they get eliminated, taking the 11th spot. To follow that up with a member from Thunder Talk Gaming, currently down, and to follow that up as well with another by the hands of Virtus Pro.
Yes, and of course, we're still up at 10 teams. There's still a long way to go before you see the conclusion of this game. Right now, still Lions still has a good chance of snagging that chicken dinner, but they definitely need to work on their elimination points here. RQ Ryu spots little bits of a smidget of inner circles sent, and of course, there's another team nearby as well. Hospital still within the circle. Here, Nakodev finds VP's Diana, and other than that, I mean, okay, there's another knockdown. Nakodev manages to get one down from VP. That's actually two already, so they're down to two active players. Let's see if Diana and Aragon is gonna get revived because it looks like Diana is already half in health on the knockdown. But Sonny is just trying to hold on to their healings, and of course, gonna be regrouping with the rest of the team. What was that? They just healed up and now they got knocked down. I think this
Ooh.
is gonna be the end of Virtus Pro by the hands of TT Thundertalk Gaming. 7 eliminations. These guys are bouncing back. The question is now, will they snag back up their rank number 2, or will Inner Trickle still hold on to that position?
Definitely, that's gonna be a question later on. But you know what? Currently, I mean, that was really surprising, But yeah, Thunder Top would still be up and running, but now they have 7 points, so the heat is up already for these teams. DX Saver to follow that. The same goes for DRX. So I think we're looking at the top three teams right here for this match, and who could be racking up those points later on. But one member from Inner Circle, that's gonna be Falak. He will be falling down, and he's waiting for the rest of Inner Circle to be able to help him out.
Absolutely. RQ is scouting out the area, trying to see if there's any bodies to kind of go get their hitbox in. But here, what a strange name. RQ Ryu, RRQ YouTube Com. Okay. Okay, very interesting. But yeah, after that distraction that I kind of got distracted, and we're gonna be watching Thunderchuck Gaming again. This guy, Neko Dive, just keeps popping up on the kill feed. 7 eliminations already, and they're getting it serious with the Xavier on this elevation. Meanwhile, this is like at the edge of the circle. There we go. AJ manages to take down Wing K, but AJ gets hit by that grenade, knocking them down. Neko Dive still up in the game. Gonna be finishing off the job, getting that cleanup in. Molotovs making things a little bit more complicated, and Winke is very, very low on health. They need to finish this job, and just still the Xavier. They're gonna be saying goodbye at the hands of Thundertalk Gaming. That is the second, I believe, squad wipeout from the hands of Thundertalk Gaming, and they're still on fire, but they lost seating. There's one that needs a revive. No problem right there. They can go ahead and get the revive in. And of course, Thunder Talk Gaming, such a great start. They have 10 eliminations already.
And yep, Alliance coming in to the fray with a gun in hand, guns blazing, and he takes one down to follow that up, but he will fall down. However, that's gonna be a price to pay, and now he's just gonna be needing some backup by the rest of his teammates right here. However, that's just gonna not gonna be the important task right now. It is to eliminate Thunder Talk Gaming while they're still not on their prime, and I think that's gonna be a job well done, leaving Thunder Talk Gaming with the last member actually eliminating them and taking the number 8 spot.
Oh my, Alliance coming in as a third party. A little bit too soon. Especially since Thundershock Gaming still trying to recover from that engagement. So that's quite an unfortunate ending for Thundershock Gaming. They were doing so well, but I think they got like a bit of a placement points. I think they went down as the 8 team, if I'm not mistaken. But here there's a fourth party brewing. It's DRX swooping, trying to see if they can get a piece of Alliance, but they're not engaging yet. They definitely should have, because Alliance still fresh off with that engagement. But here TIANBA, it's gonna be Aching that's gonna be left from these guys. 4 eliminations already, and they're probably gonna be going for those placement points. So can expect Aching's just gonna be hiding perhaps in the shed. It's gonna be the safest place in, but the question is now, will this guy get spotted? Because it looks like Aching took a bit of damage, not even a bit. They're down by 1/3 of their HP now. It's a good thing they have a couple of healing items to go. DRX still lurking about, but they're not engaging, even though they definitely have a lot of chances to go ahead and get engaged because these guys is still a full squad alongside RQ, Ryu, and Alliance.
Yep, Tianba gets hit by those bullets and he will have to move back. Nothing in return and he will fall down by the hands of RQ Ryu. Tianba will be eliminated. Now their last member finally biting the dust. And now that we have Team Flash, the last team, the currently the team with the least amount of players to follow that with Inner Circle, and that's gonna be followed by the rest of three teams that are currently present. And I do think right here our Kirayu are on fire, but we also have to look at Alliance, who is also slowly racking up kills and aiming for another winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely, and then Inner Circle still, unfortunately, zero eliminations. Kind of hoping these guys are gonna get that a triple chicken dinner, but of course, things change, and at negative positioning, they do tend to go to the edge of that play zone. But here they find a little bit of damage. It's a one down from the side of Team Flash. IQ has to turn back. That's a lot of damage taken. It's a good thing he managed to get away with such a small amount of health. Nokia with those Cerberals, Team Flash, all the while gets eliminated off as the fifth team. Of course, we're going to be watching out for these last four teams, most of which have a full squad. It's just Icy with one less player. Fallox going to be falling, and IQ as well is going to be following as well. So Icy is down to one last active player, and that player is currently being shot at by YouTube Com. Dude, what is happening? It's a finished off, and that is Icy. They will not be seeing a back-to-back-to-back. That honor of the chicken dinner is going to be going to either Alliance, DRX, or RQ Ryu.
And yeah, definitely three teams remain. And it is really exciting to see who will win between these four member teams that will be gunning for that winner chicken dinner. Will it be DRX, Alliance, or RQ Ryu? My bets are on RQ Ryu, mainly because they are on fire. They're really racking up kills. 11 kills, just think about it. And if you are that heated up, then you're really ready for some action later on. We do have DRX with three eliminations. They have to really engage, and to catch them off guard they could be targeting Arkirayu or maybe Alliance just to stop them from holding on to that number one spot.
Yeah, and the question is now which among these teams are gonna get that chicken dinner. Right now, we're still sitting at 21 minutes, and we still have three teams to worry about. So, question is now, will these guys engage upon each other? Or will this draw out to maybe 28, 29, 30 minutes once again? But here, Alliance may be going on to the aggressive side. There's a lot of smokes just obscuring their vision as of the moment. DRX is still within frame. Quite out in the open. Actually, their locations are very much public information as of the moment. I think it's just RQ Ryu. It's kind of laying low as of the moment. But right now, it's Alliance and DRX that have to move into the play zone. Otherwise, they'll be eaten up by a stage 6 circle, and that's a lot of damage to worry about. And that movement might spark a little bit of movement, a little bit of aggression from one of these teams. And it looks like the RX is going to be the first to move. RQ Ryu going up against them. Alliance watching from the sidelines. It's going to be Rose Pact is going to be taking down SDS from DRX. Now they're down to three last players. So they have the numbers disadvantage as of the moment.
Yup, and just look at this. They know, Alliance knows that DRX and Ryu are currently fighting. So what they did is they moved around the map and tried to reposition themselves just behind RQ, just in case that if RQ Ryu wins this one, then at least they would be able to clean them up. And they're really just shooting them from behind. This is gonna be a tough spot for RQ Ryu to maintain. Imagine having 12 eliminations, but now you're being pincered by both of these teams. They still make it out alive, eliminating two of those members from DRX, leaving with the last member. That's gonna be Yunbin from DRX. And he will be caught a few more shots before he bites the dust. And now, Alliance versus RRQ Ryu. Who will make it and who will get the winner chicken dinner? This could make or break the second winner chicken dinner right here for Alliance, and just a few more as RRQ Ryu gets the job done with a grenade in hand. Another one hoping to get them down, but All for One was able to just dodge that just behind the wall, and while moving around, two members from RQ are falling down, and it's just gonna be up to these last two members once again. All eyes are on them as now they are chasing them down with just a few more bullets. They still make it out alive. The health kits, it's doing them justice, but I don't think that Alliance will be able to stop them in just a few because they're just throwing a lot of grenades. They were able to respond with a few of their own, and Alliance falls down with a few of their members down. It's just going to be a 2v2 right here. A few of those shots missing, but a few of them also connecting. That's just going to be it for now. 2v2 once again. They're just using the house to their advantage, and just a few more shots with a shotgun. It's just going to be very intense at this point because it's just going to be the last member from RQ. And with a shotgun in hand, will he use it to his advantage or will he get caught? And he does get caught with a pincer attack, a finishing pincer attack. That's going to be a winner chicken dinner to Alliance.
Congratulations to Alliance to getting that chicken dinner. These guys denying that chicken dinner from Inner Circle and also reminding all of us as to why these guys snagged that number one spot. Congratulations once you get to Alliance. And of course, congratulations to RQ Ryo as well for finishing second. I kind of saw a while ago they had 49 points and they had a guaranteed number two placement point. So that's 6 points. So they're up to at least a rank number 8 after that. But of course, once again, the spotlight will be going to Cellcom Digi Alliance and those wonderful amount of points. Not only did they breach the 100-point mark, now they even have more, and they're still putting a lot of gap between them and rank number 2, which is Inner Circle. And as of that game, Inner Circle didn't make any movements whatsoever on the leaderboard. They got picked off a little bit too early and without any eliminations at that. But here we have the team stats for Alliance Telecom Digi. That is 8 eliminations. All Lights has 4, 6042 has 3. Iftar has 1, and K99 has 0 eliminations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's okay though because Alliance still manages to win that one, and it really is a team effort right here. But we have to give credit right here to Light, which really just contributed a lot with those damage. 896, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. This is the head-to-head. We have a Rose Pecco, as we saw a while ago. This guy was the last person standing for our Ryu, and you can see the dance that they had with the last person of Alliance as well. They have these guys, these two are getting compared to each other. That's 6 eliminations each, just slightly a little bit more to Rose Pecco with 860 damage, and of course survival time as well. And match number 10, we're seeing the match summary as well. It's a couple of grenade eliminations. As usual, we'd expect the 64 eliminations as well, and the one vehicle elimination that I don't think I've seen. I'm not sure, but maybe I just forgot. But yeah, those were the match summaries. Still beautiful game. Kind of hoping that Inner Circle will catch up, but they did have the past 2, maybe even 3 maps on their favor. So maybe this is just gonna be a lull, just a little bit of a lull on their progress. But here, Alliance, finally, I'm happy that they're back in the game. They even got the chicken dinner. They racked up a lot of points. But here, I'm really proud of RQ Ryu at this rate. But here, the number 3 is actually from Team Flash with the 5 eliminations. It's gonna be BX Gak QT. Not sure how to pronounce that, but they have 584 damage.
Mhm. Yep, and there we have it. Our top 3 for this match. 2 actually members from the Arcurayu because they were just really on fire for that run. But we have our match rankings just to give us a little bit of a recap. Arcurayu still leading with 21 points despite them not having that winner chicken dinner. To follow that with our first placer, that's going to be Alliance with 18 points. Just a little bit of that gap to follow with THUNDERTALK Gaming with 11 points.
Yes. And those are the teams with the triple digits. Here is our MVP, and it's actually not going to be anyone from Vampire Esports. It's from Cellcom Digi Alliance instead, taking their title. Here, Alliance not only has triple digits, they have That's 11 plus 16 points. That's 27 points in gap between them and Inner Circle. And of course, 10-point gap between Inner Circle and DRX. And of course, there's a lot of shiftings that happened on the leaderboards. Last we saw it in the previous map, and it's absolutely great to see that progress happening, and there's still a lot of changes that could happen depending on how well these teams have luck in the next few maps. And of course, we still have 14 maps left to go in this tournament. And of course, before we go to our first Miramar map, we will be taking a short break as usual, so don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you in a few minutes. And we are back to the PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle Chapter 2. Of course, we just saw the last of our wrangles. And with that, that was Alliance's victory as well. And they breached the 3 point digit mark on the leaderboards with an absolutely beautiful game that we just witnessed. And of course, we will be moving on to our last two maps. That will be the two Miramars to end the day number 2. And of course, we're still your casters. My name is Annie, and Mike is with me.
Well, thank you so much for that, Annie. And definitely, we're going to be heading on to the last two matches for tonight. So, again, I'm very, very excited. But you know what? It's so interesting to see the pattern of the winner chicken dinner teams for tonight. We have Alliance taking game number 1. We have Inner Circle taking game number 2, game number 3. And then we're back to Alliance in game number 4. So, I wonder if it could be another team that's stepping out for game number 5 and 6, or will it be two different teams, or will it just be back to Inner Circle or Alliance? I'm really looking forward to that, but it's still day number 2, so more teams are just gonna be very very reckless, I guess, but with a little bit of a safety from their side.
I mean, yeah, it's still day number 2, so they're not gonna be too reckless, but they might get a little bit too complacent. And they definitely have to put a lot of points in, a lot of effort in before we go to day number 3 and day number 4. And absolutely, on day number 4, the pressure is gonna be a lot because it's gonna be their last chance. But still, that's something that they'll be worrying about um in the next days and on Sunday, in fact. And with that, yes, once again, these are today's matches. We saw the first 4 matches for today. Now we're going to be moving on to match number 5, Miramar, absolute desert, no foliage whatsoever, lots of huge buildings, perhaps sniping vantage points. We have the drop zone predictions as well, but of course, as we all know it, they don't really like take this too much into heart, especially since they adapt depending as to where some of these teams are gonna be dropping off based on the flight path. But yeah, we will be going on to our um uh, we're gonna be going on to our Miramar map, and of course that flight path is a bit too biased towards the southern part. Let's see if anyone will attempt to go north.
It's really hard to go north from here on out, but I mean, I guess it's still a challenge for these teams to, you know, go and loot those areas. But probably maybe some teams would stay at the bottom and expecting other teams to do the same. So you could see a lot of engagements, and it's still, we still have to wait on whatever happens. But it could be another funny thing again if the circle were to appear at the northern side, so they will have to cross a lot of landmass just to get to that other side. But yeah, it does look like they are kind of spread out just at the southern part of the map.
Absolutely, and everyone's going to be dropping in. There's a lot of clustering, in fact. Um, but the question is now: will there be an early game engagement, or will we see a peaceful map for once? Hopefully not, because things get interesting once there's early game engagements, and the trend is right now. Usually, there will be 3 teams that get picked off within the first 5 minutes, and that circle way too forgiving. That is a smack center into Miramar. There's even Los Leones within the area. There's Power Grid and there's Chumacera. And even Hacienda del Patron is still within the area. Lots of hot drops coming in. But speaking of early game engagements, we have TIANBA going up against a VP. I'm sure they are in the southwestern part. But over here, we have Vampire Esports going up against another team that's Inner Circle as well. Falak, in fact, has gotten knocked down. IQ's very, very low in health. We're seeing the Uzi coming in. Not so good guns. T24 sprays in to the corridor. There are 2 players from Vampire Esports holding on to dear life. They're trying to see if they can get revived. It's way too early to be picked off. Doors open. Gonna be going for those eliminations in. Inner Circle's just kind of struggling, trying to get revived, but they will be attempting with this corridor shots, and the Noki gets
Oh,
that shot in, but gets traded off eventually. T24 OP, last person standing. Let's see if they can go ahead and revive their players, or Will this be the end? Actually, what? Wait a minute. Where's Vampire Esports? Vampire Esports got eliminated off.
Yep, and we have 15 teams remaining with just that. Virtus Pro also doing the same thing, but against Tianba. And that could really set them up right here for Virtus Pro if they were able to retain it. But yeah, it is looking good for all of these teams, and this is what I like because they really, you know, most of them just huddled together, and we could expect a lot of action coming up. And yeah, currently we're still gonna be waiting for for the circle to start shrinking later on. But yeah, it does look like things will simmer down for now.
Absolutely, and gonna be calming down for now. So a lot of things happening, but yep, it doesn't look like they're gonna be calming down a little too long. Here in Valle de Mar, we have Tianpa and Virtus Pro rather, and here Inner Circle's just trying to heal themselves up. They haven't they're the toilet. Okay. I got distracted there, but they definitely need healing items. Sandba's still up on the roof. That's QZZ scouting the area. It's a good thing they are not spotted by VP yet, which is pro. In fact, Diana is still nearby. I think they're just trying to draw out the last player from VP and reveal their location. And they don't have to worry too much about they don't have to worry too much about getting picked off too much because Diana's all alone. They can still or rather Tianba can still go ahead and give those revives. So not too much to worry about. But right now, I guess they're not making any moves except Tianba trying to go get those audio cues to draw out the last player.
And yeah, definitely. Still, we're doing their best though, since Tianba, they've already started their rampage right here. They could go for more, but I think they're just gonna be prioritizing more on being safe rather than being aggressive. But I think they're also being cautious because they are kind of aware that there are enemies nearby, so they will have to prepare for that one. They are kind of spread out though, so this is possibly a risky move, but could also be a very good move for them because they have a lot of information that they can access at any time.
Yes, absolutely. And Tianfa still holding on to their position here in Valle de Mar, but they have to move on really, really soon because that circle is within the middle of Miramar. Definitely does not include Valle de Mar. Here, Diana's not even gonna try to move whatsoever. You know that Tianfa could potentially punish them for any sort of movement, for any sort of mistake. But there was an attempt. Noki got fell off somewhere and they got picked off. But yes, a smoke coming and trying to distract Tianpa, try to see if Diana can go ahead and try to distract them. But yes, there's a grenade cooking. They didn't fall for the trap, but let's just see how that develops in. We're watching Team Flash this time. And Team Flash, they had a pretty good run in the previous game. So hopefully they get a lot of points this time because they dropped to number 14 from the 13 a while ago. So they definitely need a lot of points in this map and the next maps to come.
And yeah, for now, Team Flash would possibly be looking for a different location, or maybe just spread out even further just to get some information. But yeah, currently it's just really a battle of information control for these teams. At least they will know where to move towards. But yeah, Miramar is really just uh, probably be a longer game since the terrain usually is favorable to these players. They can use that to their advantage. But yeah, the grenades could also finish them up as well. Yeah, at this point in time, we don't really expect a lot of things happening for now.
Absolutely. It's still 6 minutes into the game. So kind of expecting that we're gonna be finding these teams just looting the place up and trying to get as much resources as possible. But here it looks like we have a third party after VP and Tianba going up against each other. It's gonna be E7 trying to get any sort of pick off. I don't know if they have information that Tianba's nearby, but definitely Aching has stepped out of the building, and A7, they're probably scouting the area. They probably spotted those movements. A7 has to move because that stage one circle is gonna close in, and we're gonna be expecting maybe for the next few minutes or so, they're gonna be staying in Valle de Mar trying to pick off each other within the blue zone because it's still stage one, not too much to worry about. Even stage two isn't too much damage, but still, they're gonna be moving on soon enough. So we're gonna be watching out for the rest of the teams, especially DRX over here, and I believe that's inner circle towards the northwestern area.
Yep, and since the circle will be situated right at the center, still gonna be waiting for the next one to come. But at least at this point in time, we do know that players are kind of um, getting comfortable with themselves since now we do see some action happening. I think that's gonna be one member from THUNDERTALK Gaming falling down. We'll be needing some backup. But yeah, the circle will be favored towards a little bit on the southern right side of the map. Yeah, but they do still have a lot of time though, and even they get damaged by the danger zone, they're still pretty much alive. It doesn't really hurt that much. But yeah, currently it's just a game of information control. Tianba would be losing some of its members from the hands of Alpha 7, but at least they're still putting up a fight. So two members are currently alive, and it's just gonna be up to them to make a difference for their team. But the grenade will come in, and Burmese goals will take one down. That's gonna be another right here, and they're trying to fight Alpha 7 against all odds, and they still make it all alive. The grenade to finally secure that one and to confirm the kill. But now he gets to pay as he will also fall down.
Oh my gosh, that was kind of funny. You know, Tianba got drawn out and they get punished by A7. Got baited by that one player that's about to get picked off from the side of A7. Still, A7 probably gonna have the last laugh, especially since QZZ is the last person standing. A7 still has three active players. Spots one, QZZ put some bullets in. Not gonna be finding the knocks that they need. Just going for that healing, and right now no grenades, and running out of healing items already. GG Bond gets completely finished off. All the while Baby Schools going up against Loops as well. Alliance with Influence Rage. Now these guys Influence Rage, they need to stay alive because they keep getting picked off too early, a little bit too early into the game. Still, Burmese Ghouls going up against each other, and also there's probably like three different engagements all around Miramar at this point. The question is now who's gonna get picked off, because right now it's still Diana that's still alive and they have to keep moving. They're down to two healing kits and seven bandages and just I think that was a flash. I'm not quite sure. So with the crossbows, definitely not gonna be a lot of good prospects for this guy to kind of survive this situation. But yes, a spray's coming in, one versus one potentially with A7, and that was it for Virtus Pro by the hands of Alpha 7 Gaming. They will be eliminated off with their last player getting eliminated.
Yup, Virtus Pro will be saying goodbye for now. Loops, however, will be fighting, and we'll be getting two of them down. Weibo Gaming doing the same thing, but we're gonna be looking right here live on the perspective of Alpha 7. The grenades being thrown at in retaliation. Gizu will try to fight them down, but he will just fall down immediately. Tianba would be taking them as trophy, and probably be even able to clean them up once they are all done. And I think he just healed himself up, but that's gonna be a grenade, and he will fall down. I think that's just I don't know. But yeah, back to the game. Weibo Gaming doing its thing as well. Alpha 7 still fighting it out against the Tianba. The grenades hoping to get them down, plus the damage of the danger zone that doesn't really, get a lot of that in, but slowly but surely the damage will pile up, but still Obscure will find them down with no cure. That's gonna be another elimination for Tianba.
And there we go. Weibo Gaming spots inner circle, and now we're gonna be watching out for any other pickoffs. But here, there's also the Xavier going up against AD, and still IC versus Burmese Schools. Tianpa all the while gets eliminated off. Some other part of the map, RQ of course with the ED, and looks like ASTRUM DEUS will be losing their place as well. We're down to 10 teams, 12 minutes into the game, still 33 players, and I think there's still active engagements happening, especially Inner Circle going up against Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming right now, good start with the three eliminations, A7 all the while. It's gonna be Skur that's gonna be left, and this guy is probably gonna be going for those placement points, and they have to get away from that stage 3 circle, especially since that damage is gonna take a little bit of a toll on their part. But here Weibo Gaming finds Falak from Inner Circle. Still, it's still a 4-man squad. Probably possible to get that revive in as long as Falak isn't too unfortunately positioned around the map. But here, Alliance at 2 eliminations already, and they had the chicken dinner momentum from the previous map. So hopefully we see maybe a back-to-back. But here, Weibo Gaming with the vantage point with the height advantage. Icy is gonna be clustering one good grenade, and these guys are gonna see the lobby. One good throw. Just a little bit more. Noki gets a knockdown. They just need another grenade to finish them off. And if it doesn't get finished off by that grenade, it's definitely gonna be the blue zone that'll be taking that elimination for themselves.
Yep, and now we're left with 10 teams remaining, and still 13 minutes into the game. So probably it will simmer down. We're just gonna be waiting for another action to commence. But just by looking at the circle, which doesn't really hurt that one, it's still quite good. So they're gonna be chilling it right here, and they will not move for now unless they will have to move, especially just near towards the play zone. For now, Weibo Gaming still moving around. Most of the teams are trying to get inside the circle, and yeah, we're still waiting for something to happen. Though it will probably take a while.
Absolutely. And Thundertalk Gaming, still 0 eliminations, but they did find an engagement probably because Neko Drive has gotten picked off. But still, Neko Drive did really well in the last couple of maps. I guess this guy was their fragger at that point. Here, Obscure still within the blue zone. This is stage 4 already. So that's a lot of damage to come about. So they'll be they'll have a lot of their attention just trying to stay alive at this rate. But here we have RQ Ryu already 4 eliminations, also Umbud 4 eliminations. Actually, several teams have a lot of eliminations already. We have IC with 6, in fact. Really good start. But in terms of survivability, they already lost 2 players, so they had to play a little bit more safe than usual. But they are steadily climbing in terms of leaderboards. They're 5 points away from the 100-point mark, but still Alliance with the 118 points, doing really, really well at this day number 2, holding on to their number 1 rank. And after this Miramar map, if IC doesn't overtake them, it might be possible that Alliance will still take that number 1 spot. But all the while, yes, Alpha 7 Obscure got picked off. I believe that was by Team Flash. And so with that, that will be the end of one more team. We are down to 9 teams now.
hmm And yeah, since we're gonna be down to 9 teams, probably the stakes could get higher right here. Influencer Age spots a member right here, but in return, he falls down by the hands of Alliance, something that he did not expect. And for now, his teammate will be able to help him up, but at least they have some information on where they could be. Flash, on the other hand, preparing with a grenade in hand. Inner Circle, however, will be falling down and will be waiting for some backup. Inner Circle will be eliminated. So Team Flash, however, will be doing itself a favor and will be raiding this place that the Xavier currently has under control, and he does find him down with a shotgun and just 1 bullet. That's gonna be another team elimination. The Xavier taking 8th place.
And we're down to 7 teams all of a sudden. And we're in placement point territory already. Influence Rage. It's a good thing these guys are still alive. They keep getting picked off so early on. But they did lose 2 players already. Here, Alliance at 2 eliminations already. They are quite out in the open. And that's to say they're actually in the middle of this play zone. There's INF right behind their backs, and there's Alliance is rather shooting at another team, that's RQ Ryu, towards them. My Bikini might be spotted with that car because that car is smoking. But it looks like no one's trying to go for these shots, and so I think they'll be going ahead and trying to rotate into another area. All the while, RQ Ryu still keeping themselves not so known. I suppose they're even trying to rotate towards the backside of Alliance. Over here, Thundertalk Gaming, they're just gonna be rotating into where all the action is gonna be because there's no one here in the graveyard. And I guess after that's just gonna be a little bit of a lull. We're down to 17, as I said a while ago. Right now, most of these teams actually still full squads. That includes Team Flash, RQ Ryu, DRX, Alliance. Is still not too clear as to who will get the chicken dinner, but YouTube.com from RQ Ryu gets a one pick off, and there's a few other players left in Team Flash. It's gonna be a little bit vulnerable, but so far it's Team Flash. It's just they only have one player that got picked off. Hopefully, we won't be seeing another casualty.
And yeah, for another casualty right here, just looking at other teams, Influence Rage still has two members remaining. Alliance, again, doing something risky right here, spreading themselves out. They could get spotted one by one, which will be very disadvantageous for them, but they do have a lot of access to that information, so they can really use that. However, Team Flash, with a very sharp eyesight, will be able to spot one, just gun them down, but I'm afraid the scope will not give them justice.
Absolutely. And Haruki Ryu is kind of taking the place in this map, the or outside of the play zone. But it's very easy to kind of just move on later on. But they're trying to use that blue zone, kind of watch their backs just a little bit. They're gonna be rotating really soon. They're gonna be spotting influence range, but or not, we're gonna be seeing an engagement that's left yet to be seen, but it's actually Team Flash that's gonna be going to RQ Ryu. That's a gunshot chase to the car. There was a knockdown over there towards the side of RQ Ryu. In fact, YouTube and Rose Pecco is gonna be falling down. Team Flash still on a roll. One more last player on RQ Ryu. They're being hunted down by the windows. One versus one. Lots of health lost on Team Flash, but still, it's gonna be Team Flash that's gonna be getting 11 eliminations. RQ Ryu will be eliminated off.
Yep, they're gonna be off the map for now, and still currently up is Alliance with two eliminations. DRX also complete, but the rest we have Team Flash with 11 eliminations, and three members of running the same with WEIBO Gaming only with five, and Thundertalk Gaming with 0 points. And lastly, that's gonna be Influence Rage with 4 points. But yeah, the chances are really slim right here. Still, six teams remain already into the 20th minute mark. It's kind of expected in a game like Miramar. Still, we're probably looking for a possible long game since there are a lot of houses that are accessible inside the circle. And right here, Weibo Gaming is slowly storming the area right here and slowly pushing to gain some higher ground advantage. They did get some few shots in before being traded out, and they will have to move back. They have to retreat for now.
Absolutely. And Weibo Gaming, at the edge of the circle, there's the URX nearby. And I mean, with the last six teams, there's still a lot of possible chicken dinner winners. I mean, we have Alliance, we have DRX, we even have Team Flash still in the game. Weibo Gaming had a one chicken dinner, and so hopefully they get this chicken dinner in the bag because they definitely need those points. INF, they're down to two players. So I don't know if they can get the survivability in. As long as they play safe, perhaps it's still possible. Talk, of course, they have the track record, so it's very possible. So all of these six teams, there's like they all have a chance on that chicken dinner, and of course they all have their own reputations to keep up. So I'm not really sure who's gonna get this chicken dinner. And so all we can do right now is kind of watch out as to how these guys are gonna behave, because right now Alliance is just banking on trying to pick off Influence. And of course Influence is right at the edge of this circle, and Alliance definitely just has them surrounded like a hostage situation. Definitely do not want to be caught up in this situation. But WEIBO Gaming finds DRX might be seeing an engagement.
And yeah, with the six teams remaining, 22 minutes already, I think the game will take a slower pace right here since the circle is still giving them cover unless they really have to move towards the top, which DRX are also waiting for them. Alliance rather would be responding by throwing grenades first before making sure that everything is clear. And Weibo Gaming from the different side of the map will be doing the same thing, just against DRX. And yeah, we're still waiting for another engagement right here. They've already spotted one car, which will, I think, give them a little bit of that access. Alliance going in with a risky play right here. The car coming through, the shotgun's ready to blaze in, but with no chance, he falls down. INF being able to fight back before falling down with a grenade from the hands of Alliance. I think they'll make this one out alive. Another Molotov to finally clean and put that nail to the coffin and still be able to resurrect his teammates, giving them the shed right there for their cover.
Really, Alliance who just needs to bounce back up, and they have to take care of the last player from Influence and Lost, taking a lot of damage. 1 versus 1 with 4-1. Law is going to be falling as expected from Alliance. 4 versus 1. Who would have known? We're down to 5 teams, and of course, Alliance just needs to bounce back just a little bit, but hopefully they don't get picked off from by a third party. But right now, doesn't seem to be a case. Everyone's kind of just holding on to their positions here. Weibo Gaming might be attempting on THUNDERTALK. They spotted them, but they're not engaging yet. There's also DRX nearby. Usually they'd get aggressive, but right now it doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, some damage coming in. Actually, not much damage. It's just gonna be bullets from Weibo Gaming, but no knocks or eliminations yet.
Yep. And a few of those shots trying to, the scope trying to help him out, but it doesn't really work the way that he wants it to. And he just gets spotted by some of those members getting gunned down before healing himself up. And just a few more of those shots, just a few more inches before he could get off, which will give them a chance. But the grenade will come in and almost gets him down, but as soon as he stands up, he falls right back down. And still, Weibo Gaming will respond by taking another member down. And it's just gonna be a trade for this one. Another grenade's coming in, but it does look like DRX are fighting another different set of demons from the different part of the map. DRX, they have the chance, one elimination, but they are standing. They have the higher ground. They are looking good with their win. Alliance, however, still with 4 points, and yeah, just moving towards it. Still, we have yet to see an action from Team Flash, who currently has 11 points and would probably be aiming for that a winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely. And THUNDERTALK Gaming finally found actually they found building, so that's gonna be a bit of an advantage. Team Flash took a bit of damage back there. Lions is still in the game. A little bit out in the open. The question is now, will AJ take these shots? There's a lot of damage. Ooh, that's a bit of damage, chip damage, in fact, from like towards Alliance. Rather, it's a great scope to have. Very useful in this situation. But here, DRX out in the open. They're gonna be going for a little bit of a rotate because they are outside of that play zone, and Weibo Gaming is smack in the middle, so they have a little bit of an advantage in terms of position. AJ gets spotted just a little bit. Alliance is still taking a bunch of damage from THUNDERTALK Gaming and perhaps other players as well. It looks like they assessed that this is not a good place to be. DRX going front and forward to the faces of Team Flash. Just like that. 1, 2, 3. I think they're about to get picked off. They're trying to hunt down the last player from Team Flash. Question is, where is this guy? It looks like Thundertalk Gaming gets caught as well, and that is one more team down. Question is now, will Team Flash be next? Will Weibo Gaming be next? Because right now they're losing a lot of players.
Hmm. Yep, and with three teams remaining, you know, one has to wonder which team will win it because DRX currently taking one down, but yeah, Team Flash will be eliminated, leaving with 12 points. DRX also taking one down, and I think it really is looking good for them. Alliance are dropping one by one and eliminated already with no chance to get back into the fray. DRX are already trying to conclude this game. A lot of grenades coming in against Weibo Gaming, but they are went in with crashing with their cars. But as soon as they landed, DRX just went in and shot them down, and that's just gonna be another elimination. Weibo Gaming will say their goodbyes, and they're just gonna be chasing the last member of Alliance down with a car, all of them approaching from different directions, trying to distract him, and that end with DRX reigning supreme for game number 5.
Yes, congratulations to GRX for getting that chicken dinner, even beating Alliance themselves. And now that was our first Miramar map for the day number 2. And what an amazing ending to just that. So, of course, once again, congratulations to our chicken dinner winners. I really want to see what the stat look like. But, I mean, we should also mention perhaps Team Flash getting 12 eliminations and perhaps a bunch of placement points as well. I kind of forgot what rank they got, but that's definitely a lot of points racked up for this one map, and they definitely need it. They were at like rank number 14, but here DRX rank number 3 currently. They're gonna be getting, at least maybe 15 points if I'm not mistaken. I can't quite remember what number of eliminations they had. I think they had at least 5. Okay, they have 9 rather. Okay, that's a little bit far from what my guess was. But here, we have decent amount of damage, 1.5 in fact, 1.5k in fact damage from the whole team, and just the eliminations kind of spread out towards the other players. 6A has the most number with a 4. Question is now, will he be the MVP? I think it might be someone from Team Flash instead. But of course, we're going to be seeing the stats later on. And the next up is probably going to be the head to head. That is TIANBA versus Team Flash. That's a 5-2-4 eliminations. It's actually but going to be QZZ who might be the MVP at this rate.
And yeah, actually, because just comparing that with the head-to-head, QZZ didn't really have a lot of survival time, but in just those few minutes, he was able to rack up those damage, just mirroring with the other. But yeah, here we have our match summary 64, just the same thing really, with the previous matches for tonight, and we kind of noticed that the games are taking a slower bit of a turn, but that's really okay. They're nearing the end of day number 2. And once we start with day number 3, that's the time where they have to secure their spots. And yeah, I think they're just being very careful for now.
Yes, and of course, hopefully we can see a little bit of improvement from some of these teams, especially Team Flash. They're starting to get their momentum in, and of course, DRX is slowly but surely climbing up the ladder as well. But they have to face Alliance and Inner Circle if they want to go ahead and snag that number 1 spot. But of course, there's a huge there's a huge what is happening that there's a huge like chance that we might be seeing like another like a huge fight between them and the leaderboards because there's a bunch of amazing teams that are participating in this tournament. So with that, I think we will be going on ahead to our break before the map number 6. We will be seeing a Miramar later on. So with that, it might be the end of day number 2 really, really soon after this Miramar map, and we're going to day number 3 and day number 4. We'll be seeing a lot of improvement, hopefully from the teams. But before that happens, we will be going on to a short break. So, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Do not go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon. soon. So you guys enjoy our faces for now. um, I-
Yeah, but really, really interested on how this day number two will end because there have been a lot of teams that really shine, despite them, despite them knowing that they don't really exist yet in the top eight. They're still trying their best and they are slowly climbing their way. So it really gives us hope. But yeah, because before we'll move on to game
Finally.
number six, we'll be moving on to a short break. Goodbye.
Okay, we are back to PUBG Mobile Invitational sort of Battle Chapter 2. Hopefully everything is good, but we will be going on to map number 6. And ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the last map for day number 2. And we are still your casters, rather. I'm Annie and Mike's with me. Mike, you have any thoughts so far?
Thank you so much for that, Annie, and definitely I'm excited to see uh, how game number 6 will end for tonight, and how, because this will really dictate the pacing of the games starting tomorrow, day number 3 and day number 4, because it's the first half tonight ends the first half of the game, so it's just about gathering a lot of those points. Tomorrow will be very very crucial, so at least when the game ends tonight with the official rankings, and we can definitely have an idea on which teams will be possibly getting the top 5.
Yes, of course, and we're gonna be watching out as to how those those leaderboards are gonna be shifting after this map number 6, and of course we will be seeing the fight path is gonna be coming in, and there's a lot of clustering, especially towards perhaps the graveyard or the power grid. So maybe we're gonna be expecting a few um early game engagements. Oh, it looks like, however, we only have 15 teams in the lobby. The question is now, the teams have a little bit of trouble signing in because it's a little bit too early to be giving up. So, I don't know if there's a problem with the teams. Looks like VP and A7 haven't joined in. And of course, DK did miss. But here we have already our engagements. ERS might be a little bit of trouble. We're going to be watching out for INF because these guys are on a roll with their second elimination. Federal falls, however. Question is now, will Federal survive this? And it looks like it's going to be Little Boy taking a bit of damage in. And Frag throwing a little bit of a Molotov action. Little Boy's very low on health, so definitely do not want to step on that. And they're just healing up. And look at that inventory of Little Boy. 36 ammo and a dream. No healing items and no flashes, no grenades. Let's see what this guy does.
And yep, and now since 15 teams are remaining, this is gonna be very very intense, because we have seen a lot of these teams already. And Inner Circle, one of them will fall down. Vampire Esports on the move. Lazarus getting one down, but in Influence Rage will be doing something else to eliminate DRS Gaming, and they are on fire currently. Inner Circle losing 2 members. Weibo Gaming is just near them, and now just surrounding them. Vampire Esports doing the same thing, but Yanba also contributing to the gunfight that is currently happening. Inner Circle we trying their best to at least avoid some casualties for now, but Weibo Gaming does look like they will be taking something as their trophies.
Absolutely, and Weibo Gaming still ordered does need a revive. They still have two active members, so I think it's still a little bit possible. And here, Inner Circle, I'm wondering when they'll be able to maybe revive their other players, or where Weibo Gaming will be able to hunt down the last player. But all the while, the Xavier gets picked off. And it's just a little bit too early for this, but nonetheless, Tianpa snags those four eliminations in. But right now, we're still watching Inner Circle. Palak, low on health, 10 bandages, and 2 drinks, and I think they can go ahead and give this revive. Know if it's gonna be too late, and there's so little health they managed to get into the building to go ahead and save that player. But here we go, gaming down to one last active player. I don't know if this guy is gonna be able to find their other players in order to revive them. But here, Vampire Esports is also inside of this building. If Weibo Gaming is going to be giving out their location, there's going to be a lot of audio cues in terms of footsteps, so that we can see some bullets coming in already. And grenades. Is it going to pop? Question is now. Just storming. There's a lot of smokes coming in. They're going to be going for the aggressive push. And one mistake. This guy's going to be going to the lobby alongside with the rest of their team. Weibo Gaming will be saying goodbye.
Yep, and Weibo Gaming leaving this place 4 minutes and 45 seconds already, and a lot of the teams have already been eliminated. Actually, 5 teams, and that is just gonna be very very enticing to see. It's such a cool way to end tonight's matches. You know that we are just seeing the bodies dropping very, very fast. And we actually see one member from Loops falling down. Will be needing some backup. And I think they just confirmed that kill. I think so. But yeah, currently Loops is facing another opponent right here. And surprisingly, I'm actually very, very happy to see that, Vampire Esports has found their footing with already 6 eliminations, 3 members up and running, and Influence Reach doing the same thing with 4 eliminations. But one member from Vampire Esports was found with the bullets, still makes it out alive, but replying with a down from their team as well. And it does look like they will be facing some major disadvantages right here for Inner Circle, because currently they're left with one member remaining. Vampire Esports, on the other hand, that's gonna be Lazarus. Usually their key player would be up and running. I almost thought he was gonna be eliminated. But yeah, Loops, however, will be facing Burmese goals, and I think they will be biting the dust anytime soon.
Song Jinwoo from Vampire Esports. This is someone's alternate account. I just forgot who, but this guy is a famous player, and we're gonna be watching out for that guy. And Inner Circle doesn't really make any sense because I saw 2 players from Inner Circle, and maybe the leaderboard's just a little bit glitchy at this rate. But here, Loops, we're gonna be watching them out with the Burmese schools. Gonna be getting those shots in. Ravina is gonna be caught in the worst possible place. Godspeed's just gonna be going ahead and cleaning that up. Loops will be down to Ratu Boy rather, and Grenade's gonna be coming in trying to fight back up against PG, but PG is just overpowering and outnumbering Loops. It's just a matter of time, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's just a matter of time before BG takes. No, it wasn't on Weibo Gaming. It was Loops that got taken down. Weibo Gaming, all the while, finally their last player got spotted. Here, Inner Circle. See, there are 2 players from Inner Circles. I'm really confused. And they were going up against a Vampire Esports. So with that flash is coming in, Song Jinwoo cannot see quite a lot. Meow Lag is a down. That goes the same with Lazarus as well. Song Jinwoo, the last person standing, should go and arise from the situation, but it's gonna be looking bleak. One down. Falak has been fallen. Now it's just gonna be one more player from Inner Circle. Gonna be going for the revive. Song Jinwoo making their movements. Gonna be a 1 versus 1 potentially. Goes back into the building. Sideways. And they're trying not to get picked off. They're going to be going behind at the stairwell. Coming in. They got spotted. Location revealed. Sung Jin-woo half health. All the while, Inner Circle still full health. Not a good look. They need to go heal up. But it's going to be risky just a little bit. So Inner Circle going to take this time to go ahead and give that revive.
Yup, and now since 11 teams remain, this is going to be very thrilling because, 8 minutes already, but I think we're gonna be laying low for now. But yeah, the run for Vampire Esports didn't really last for long because currently they're left with the last member with only 6 eliminations. They needed more to really slowly catch up, but they do have a chance to catch up though because they have 2 days, but they've already established quite a good record so far. Right here, he has no choice but to just really go in against Inner Circle. He decides to go in, tries to get that down, but eventually will be eliminated, and that's just gonna be another team elimination. Vampire Esports will be saying their goodbyes. Inner Circle gets to live another day.
Yeah, and there we go. Vampire Esports eliminated completely. IC is still in the game. It's gonna be 2 players in, and ASTRUM is finding THUNDERTALK and just chipping off their players one after the other. In fact, it's gonna be the first casualty on THUNDERTALK Gaming. Gonna be seeing King is gonna be closing in and takes a bit of damage from that 1 versus 1. Now it's gonna be 2 versus 1. Nekodab's gonna be falling, gets eliminated off as well. And we're gonna be keeping watch on this situation, especially with the third party with RQ Ryu. It's gonna be ASTRUM versus RQ Ryu versus THUNDERTALK Gaming. I don't know. I think THUNDERTALK's gonna be backing away now, especially since King is the last person standing here, potentially 1 versus 1. But it looks like RQ Ryu is just gonna be going back to safety, and it's just a little bit of a mess. And ASTRUM takes a bit of damage. Down to 2 last players. Might be 1 now. 1 active player just trying going to heal up Molotov, making that presence known. And with that, 2 versus 1 absolutely do not stand a chance. Astrum D is gonna be eliminated off. There's still Thundertalk nearby, but the question is now, will RQ Rai spot them or will they get away?
Yep, 9 teams remain, but now we have 5 teams that are currently, all of them are present. So with this in mind, this is gonna be uh, again. This could possibly lead to a game, a part of the game where it's gonna take a while for something to happen, but it could also lead to another action happening since there are just a lot of teams that are huddled together, and we could probably see the late game just quite sooner, quite earlier than expected, which is really for me a good way to end the matches for the night. But yeah, one member from Burmese Ghosts will fall down by the hands of Alliance, and just gaining a lot of those points, just finalizing those skill points. And the same goes for Influence Rage, which are just really looking for some eliminations. However, Alliance Gaming, they're already slowly getting the job done and eliminating them one by one. And here we have other teams as well. We have DRX, who are also just lying a bit low. Inner Circle with their last member with only 3 eliminations. But, the chances here are slim for those teams with one member remaining. Um, Thundertalk Gaming also one member left, but they have no eliminations. It's kind of unfortunate for them, but it is looking good for Influence Rage for having 5 eliminations already. They could be on the move, but we also have our Kirayu, which we have seen how they performed earlier as well. So they could end game number 6 with winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be possible. And meanwhile, Tianba and Burmese schools going up against each other, and Burmese schools down to their one last active player. So might not gonna be a good look or prospects for these guys, for Burmese schools especially. But here RQ Ryu. 4 eliminations already, potentially finding another engagement with DRX. And DRX, I think they like being aggressive. So whether or not they're gonna be taking this fight, looks like that's exactly what's gonna happen. Hyunbin takes put a little bit of damage up against WCOM, I suppose, triple com. But yeah, we're gonna be watching this sort of engagement. There's also Chianbud might be trying to join into the fray, so it might be 12 different players vying for some sort of eliminations from the situation. Now here RQ Ryu's position just a little bit far off. That's Rose Pecco 911, kind of far off. Maybe probably needs a nicer scope. They only have the 3x and they're a little bit far, but with a little bit of skill, it might be still possible to happen. But here, INF with the 5 eliminations, of course. Hopefully, they get another chicken dinner, especially since right now they're ranked number 6 and they're up against so many amazing teams. We're talking about Thundertalk, talking about Vampire Esports, Inner Circle, DRX now at number 2, overtaken Inner Circle, and of course Alliance on top of it all. So many amazing teams. I'm not even sure if Alliance will continue on holding that number 1 spot since I mean they're holding on to their 129 points. There's about a 30-point gap in between them and DRX, but still, hopefully Alliance doesn't fall off and they continue to give this consistency throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yep, and we have 9 teams remaining, nearing its 14th minute mark. Still, this is what I've expected already, that the teams will start to lay low and especially scatter all around the map. And, with those amount of teams and the circle still quite big, you can already expect that they're gonna be taking very very far places, and we can't really finalize on some kills yet. RQ, however, they're very very hungry for blood. They're trying to fight this one out, but I do know for a fact that no one will leave this place for now.
Absolutely. And there we go. It looks like YouTube YouTube is spotting Tianpa from a distance. There were some warning shots, but not enough to kind of pick them off, and there's a little bit more attempts, but not really any knocks just yet. And RQ um I mean, they're still out in the open, but it's a good thing that they're not really getting picked off just yet, and they all have their own cars, so they have cover just in case they need it. But here, the play zone takes RRQ, one of RRQ's players. Not sure what happened over there. That was completely like avoidable, and they get eliminated off completely. Um, Okay, so now our QI is down to the last three players, I suppose, and that stage four circle is gonna close in a couple of seconds. So not too much to worry about yet, but still, there's a lot of players that's still like in the game. And 26, in fact, Kin took a bit of damage over there. In fact, their last person standing, Alliance. I don't know if they've spotted him, but that could have ended so badly. And looks like King is still gonna be in the game, still trying to get some placement points in. I mean, we're still at 9 teams, so if King gets picked off here, they'll be going back with just the 0 points. Actually, in fact, if ever they get picked off right now.
Mhm. And yep, since that has begun already, we have again still no major casualty. That's just gonna be it. We do have to, take note that Burmese goals are nearing its end. They do have 5 eliminations, so they're just really trying their best to stretch this one out. The same goes for ThunderTalk Gaming. They could turn this one around, and the same goes for Inner Circle, especially that Inner Circle has been performing quite well. And if they could pull this one off, then it would really give them a huge boost later on. But for now, we are looking good right here for Influence Rage and RQ Ryu and the rest of the teams with 4 members remaining. I do think we have already seen the potential top 5 for this match and maybe the top 2 as well. But right here, DRX is able to find one and they're trying to take one down, but all they did was also to waste their med kits, their health kits, but at the risk of revealing their information.
Absolutely, and kind of just watching out for the movements of the other teams. And it looks like Team Flash finds one from RQ Ryu, and they get traded off immediately. That's gonna be a finisher as well. That's one. That's two. And now Team Flash is down to 2 active players after this. And still, RQ Musang does need that revive. So let's see if they can go ahead and get that revive in. And of course, DRX, we're going to be watching. These guys still have 0 eliminations. I think it's going to be one really, really soon with that one pick off. But right now, it's Team Flash. They're going to be taken out by RQ Ryu slowly but surely. Over to Flash down to 2 last players. Ryu's down to 1 last active player, and with that last shots from Team Flash, RQ Ryu's gonna be eliminated off. We're down to 8 teams. Placement points are gonna be starting. Alliance gets spotted by Hyunbin. There's an attempt, but not really any bullets are gonna be connecting.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and since we're gonna be moving on with 8 teams remaining, this could be, Alliance is looking good since they have already the higher ground. They also have their scopes, but all they need to do is just really take them down one by one. DRX, they do have some cover, just in case someone falls. Nothing really. I'm really expecting, no major casualty will happen. Maybe a few downs if it comes to shove, but again, nothing impactful will happen so much for this game. Just yeah.
Yeah, and Lions is just gonna be scouting out the area with their scopes, trying to see if they can find any movement. 8 teams left, 21 players left remaining, and this is their last chance for day number 2. After this, as usual, the games go. We'll be watching the streams, trying to see what sort of what sort of mistakes they've done on this game, and of course, gonna be room for improvement every so often, especially for the teams that kind of fell off on this map. And there's actually some teams that did really well in this day number 2, but still the competition is just too much. There's just too many good teams up in this competition in this tournament. So it's just a little bit hard to kind of overtake them. But over here, of course, Alliance is still sitting up top at number 1. Still surviving with all 4 members standing. Here, DRX number 2, almost breaching that 100 point mark as well. So we're going to be watching out for those two teams because potentially there is like maybe an 80% chance that one of those two are going to get the chicken dinner later on. But of course, we're still in 8 teams, so it might be too early to say that, but still we're still going to keep watching. Looks like one from BG does get picked off, and actually that was the last player from Burmese schools. They just got eliminated off.
Mm-hmm. And yes, 7 teams left. 20 minutes into the game. Probably would end a little bit faster, just because all of the teams are huddled together, and they actually spotted one from DRX, and they will not risk those chances just yet. It will eliminate them quite early if they will risk. And it just really it was a gamble if they're gonna commit. But at the end of the day, they're still quite safe. That's gonna be good for them. They will take that. Yeah, they're just gonna be stretching this one out for a little bit longer. And back to my point, most of the teams really will probably be seeing each other because they're just near near at the rim of the circle. Just look at the map. There's still quite a lot, but they are huddled right there. Inner circle, however, Falak would be inflicting some damage, and he gets the job done. Just waiting to confirm those skills, and as soon as he does, he could really be the Lone Ranger for this match.
Absolutely. Falak with the 4 eliminations already doing quite well, but DRX finds one from Team Flash, and in fact, that was the last one from Team Flash, just cleaning the floor from these solo players. And of course, THUNDERTALK and IC still up for grabs for any of these teams. Right now, Lions losing to DRX every now and then. Hamdulillah takes a bit of damage. Not going to be enough for a knockdown just yet, but definitely needs a little bit of feeling done. But here, they're just gonna be repositioning. DRX definitely going on more on the aggressive side, go on the initiation, go on the violent step into the fire for this particular map. And of course Falak does get picked off. I don't know what this guy was doing, walking out in the open like that, and Hamdulillah absolutely punishes them for that. Didn't even shoot back. I think they got kind of nervous in there, like they got caught off guard. But yeah, Alliance does get that one free kill for them for their side. IC does get a bit of placement points, but still could have been more if they just kind of hit just a little bit. But yeah, Falak did need to rotate every like soon because that blue zone is gonna be closing in. But yeah, we're still 22 minutes into the game. We have 2 minutes before we see the stage 7 circle, so we're just gonna be really patient and see what the next move of these teams are gonna be.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, 5 teams remaining, 22, almost nearing its 23rd minute mark. The grenade's coming in, but will not find its target for now. Alliance and DRX currently leading as the teams that are currently alive. And just a recap to the points right here. Alliance are really leading with 130, quite far from DRX. So they have set the standard right here. And from Vampire Esports currently leading now, they have fallen to the number fourth spot. Inner Circle, however, would be climbing all the way to the third spot. So it really gives them, it's the rankings have started to take form, and eventually Thundertalk Gaming would be taking the fifth place.
Absolutely, and DRX still on the hunt. INF still with 3 players. Looks like Alhamdulillah has a little bit of an inkling that there's something suspicious towards that area. Whether or not they're going to be initiating a fight, that's something that's left yet to be seen. Right now, we're down to 5 teams. Of course, I mean, we're talking about Alliance, DRX, Flutterchuck Gaming is down to one last player. I'm not sure if this guy can get the chicken dinner. There's still a sliver of a chance, but there's also a way bigger chance that this guy's gonna get spotted and picked up. Of course, INF a pretty decent team as well. There's a possibility as well that this guy could get the chicken dinner. I mean, INF would get the chicken dinner. And TIANBA is also a pretty decent team. But right now, with the 6 eliminations, they're doing well in this Miramar map. But still, the fact that they're still at number 15, they definitely need to work a little bit harder. So if they get a chicken dinner, it's definitely gonna help quite a lot. But not to worry too much about that because we still have 12 more maps after this in day number 3, day number 4. But yes, back to the present. Of course, we're still waiting on this stage 7 circle. There's a couple of seconds left to go before that's gonna start to close in and force these players to move. Here, Alliance is gonna be losing one player to the side of DRX, and Alliance are continuously taking a lot of damage. And let's see what Tianpa is gonna be responding with, especially since they heard those shots. They're trying to go as the third party.
And yeah, 5 teams remaining. They are already starting to move because the circle is starting to shrink. DRX are comfortable with their spots, but they do find some enemies, and I think, and I believe that's Influence Rage. They're trying to fight them off, get those shots in, and they don't really want to gamble so far. And the rest of the teams are also just chilling with Alliance, just far away from the gunfight. But yeah, currently DRX and Influence Rage are going in for a fight, but at the same time, Influence are also entertaining Tianba, and one of them will fall down. That's gonna be Federal. Federal will be needing its help, but the danger zone would probably swallow him up later on. Tiamba still making a move on with 3 members remaining, hoping to stretch this one out, but Federal will be taken out finally by a member of DRX. Another grenade comes in now to the side of Alliance. Now Alliance is going to be facing a difficult choice from here on out.
Absolutely, and that loss gonna be throwing in some grenades. Gonna be a little bit hard. Might be picked off right now, and that's a bit of damage. A quarter of a damage going thrown on the ground, but it's not gonna stop that Molotov from taking him out. And with that, that's INF's demise. We're down to 3 last teams. It's gonna be Alliance gonna get picked off too. Oh my goodness. Okay, Alliance is out of the game. We still have Tranba. We still have DRX. We still have King from THUNDERTALK Gaming. So, Janba, they have a slight numbers disadvantage up against DRX, and DRX is on fire. They have 9 eliminations already, and to think at the 20 point mark, I mean 20 minute mark rather, they were still at 0, I believe, and then they got pick off after pick off after pick off. They went on the aggressive, and suddenly they have full squad wipeouts, and with that, now they're up by 9 points. Still a long way to go before they get Alliance, but still, they have a good track record at this, as of this moment. And if they wipe out the 3 Tianpas and the one Thunder Talk, they'll have a lot of points to go about, and they even get the chicken dinner point. But that's if they get the chicken dinner in the bag. They have to execute these last few minutes really well. We're at 27 minutes into the game. Stage 8 circle is gonna close in, but it's a good thing everyone's quite settled into the play zone already. Now all it takes is just a bunch of grenades and a bunch of bullets.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And right here, it does look like DRX are looking for a victory now that they have already garnered 9 points, currently leading, and now to be followed with Thunder Talk Gaming's last member, and then Yanba all the way at the bottom right here with 7 points, but 3 members, and they could probably focus more on DRX, but DRX is really in a formidable position right now. What Yanba could probably do is, if they could target DRX while at the same time Thunder Talk is also doing the same thing, that they could probably eliminate DRX quite early. But again, DRX is really in a very comfortable position.
Absolutely. Tianpa with the grenades in. And a bit of damage to go about. But QZ's he's just having a little bit of trouble taking down a lot of the HP of a DRX. But there, QZZ takes a bit of damage from those grenades. He's gonna be watching out. A little bit of booms here and there. Lots of smokes coming up. Still, DRX sitting up top with the 9 eliminations. But Tianba slowly but surely trying to get into equal footing with them with the 7 eliminations already, 3 versus 4, but Thunder Talk Gaming just watching all of this chaos unfold. It's just a bunch of grenades coming in, but they'll eventually run out of throwables. And right now, Human's gonna be forced to use their guns, and Hyunbin's gonna be the first to fall with Milu's grenade. 6A gets a little bit of that damage from that flashback and splashback damage. Hyunbin falls completely, and that's 1-2 active members left for DRX. I think there's one that could be revived. Milo's forced into the blue zone. QXCZZ getting those sprays on. Chanba might be in trouble just a little bit, but there's still one last player on DRX. Chanba could get this chicken dinner depending on Thunder Talk. And there we have it. It looks like it's gonna be Chanba getting the last laugh, and now it's between Thunder Talk Gaming and the two players from Chanpa. Amazing, amazing turn of events. And now, King, the question is Chanpa is still recovering from that engagement. Will King get this chicken dinner, or will Chanpa finally put an end to this raid?
Yeah, this is what I've been talking about a while ago, but right here, Thunder Talk Gaming, the last member trying to do a clutch, but it will fail apparently, and TIANBA will end day number 2, getting the winner chicken dinner of game number 6.
Well, it's 6 placement points of fourth under Talk Gaming. It's not all in vain, but that was quite entertaining to watch nonetheless. So congratulations once again to Tianpa for getting that winner chicken dinner. And so of course DRX put up a great fight, and also Thunder Talk Gaming. So much patience. A lot of patience coming in, trying to get those placement points, and it made a huge difference. And over here, we're going to be seeing the stats. And of course, the head to head will be Chanba's QZZ with Falak. 4 eliminations each, slightly more damage for Chanpa. Knockouts and survival time, a whole R almost, actually. In fact, I'm just kidding. But then, yeah, no, the head to head is actually Tianba versus Chanba. It's 3 eliminations for Yang instead. And here, the match summary 57 eliminations, 5.4k total healings, quite low in fact. 3 grenade eliminations, 45 assists, your vehicle eliminations.
And you kind of expect that from when the game started, because there were just a lot of battles that were happening, and since it was early, then you don't really get to expect a lot of healings from them. So they just really did it raw and just took them down one by one. But yeah, it was funny as well, because I just talked about what if I just talked about the possibility that what if Tianba would be able to take down DRX with the collaborative help from Thunder Talk Gaming. But what happened was Tianba doing it against a DRX all odds, and before taking down the last team, which was Thunder Talk Gaming. So right here we have our overall rankings for day number 2, ending tonight with 134 points for Alliance, to follow that up with a 29-point gap right there for no, actually a 31-point gap for DRX, and that is just really surprising to see. Starting day number 2 with a Vampire Esports currently leading. Now Alliance takes the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Alliance, Inner Circle, and DRX having the 3-digit mark on the leaderboards. And absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing performance coming in for our 17 teams that came into the game. And actually, I just kind of forgot. Yes, there were 2 teams, rather 3 teams that missed that last Miramar map, and hopefully we see them tomorrow and also on day number 4. But yes, that was the conclusion of our day number 2. We saw the Rondo, we saw the 3 Orangos, we saw the 2 Miramars tomorrow, and on day number 4 on Sunday, it's gonna be the same rundown more or less. It's just gonna be the same map schedules, and hopefully the strategies will not be the same, especially for teams that need a lot of improvement. And you can see, speaking of improvement, there's Alliance, and there's also DRX with a lot of improvement. And of course, Inner Circles, they were pretty consistent, but they could have done just a little bit better, just so that they can overtake the top most teams. But this time, Vampire Esports, hopefully we see a bit of improvement tomorrow and day number 4. But of course, that was the conclusion for our Day number two will be going on to day number three tomorrow at the same time. So don't forget to subscribe to Ren Events and 141 Esports. So, guys, thank you so much. We'll be seeing you for day number three tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. After that, just stay tuned and keep your eyes peeled for the live stream. And so, with that, we're going to be saying goodbye for tonight.